a third, a fourth, and then in 2 years from now, a fifth rounder. So they went 4 picks in to get Christian McCaffrey. It's a good thing any other bidder didn't put a 1 on the table, because the Niners didn't even have a 1 to put on the table. But what kind of message does that send throughout the locker room that we're willing to sacrifice future for today? I'm guessing that probably gets players' attention more than anything.
Well, it does, and it tells you, hey, like you already believe, man, we got a shot at this. You look at the landscape in the NFC. We can get this. We can get in the Super Bowl. Once we get there, we got a chance at winning that game. Absolutely. They're all in on that. But let's be real here. You're talking about a bona fide, something I really do know. A surefire, something I really do know. And I'm not giving up a number 1 asset. Hey, we hit and miss on number 1. I don't even want to give you the percentage on 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. Let's not even get into that. So you want me to go, I'll give you a 2-2, 2-3, whatever, on a gamble. I got this for show. And I ain't talking about some for show, I hope. I'm talking about a for show perfect fit. You throw those assets away quickly, because as I said, you don't even know what those assets are going to turn out to. And you know what this is.
Okay, we asked you to be a coach earlier. I'm going to ask you to be a general manager now. What is too high a price in your mind for Christian McCaffrey?
If you would have given up that first rounder, because really, because of not because of the skill set or the talent. I'm just talking about because of the injury history. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's it. Just the injury history. If Christian McCaffrey had never gotten hurt, never missed any game, dude, you can give him the package you gave up and throw a first round in there. You know what I'm saying? And you'll still be good. It's only reason we're talking about this is his injury history. And you don't know if you got him 24, 365.
Only because you brought him up. And, there's all sorts of relationships with Shanahan and McCaffrey and Stanford. And even Emmitt Smith's son now is at Stanford. That playoff game in the Meadowlands where he was running with a dislocated shoulder the entire game, I still remember that, and it's still one of the most mannish things I think I've ever seen on a football field. When did he dislocate his? What, did he play that entire game with a dislocated shoulder?
Well, you know what, D? Yeah, I know that's why you and I bored, D, because I've said that same thing, man. I walked in there. I remember Emmett was laying over on the training table. He was crying. He was hurting. He was hurting. This was right after the game. He was hurting. We were just so happy. We were crying for joy because we needed that bye week. We had just won division, won the bye and everything. And I told Eden, man, I started crying with him. I say, man, that was some man stuff right there. I've never seen anything like it, man. The greatest performance I've ever seen. And it really was. It was incredible, man. It was quite a moment. It was quite a moment. That was man stuff. Now, I get lost in the moment and forget the question you were asking.
No, that you reacted to it. Here's the thing. Does that NFL even exist anymore? Where a team would say, okay, you can go ahead and get 30 carries with a dislocated shoulder. It's win time.
Right. And the truth is, you have to worry about, oh, my God, if anybody finds out. Because everybody monitors everything. Oh, you put him out there when he was hurt. You didn't care about him. I don't know what. So I don't know if that NFL exists anymore. I really don't know if that NFL exists. It was an NFL where you showed your commitment through your toughness and maybe even with our ignorance. Like I had that same rib cartilage injury. That's how I got Emmett to stay in the game in New York. I had a cartilage injury in Washington. And I couldn't breathe. I said, I can't breathe. I got to get out. I got to go. He said, they don't know. They don't know you can't breathe. You can just stand out there. We ain't going to throw you the ball. Just stand out there and keep us safe there and let me do this. I said, I don't care. He said, man, just stand out. So I stood out there. I was hurt. Like, they didn't really throw me no ball. So when he got hurt, he said, man, my shoulder, I said, they don't know. They don't know. I said, you stand back here. You let him stack the box. So I do it one-on-one. But we kind of handed him the ball a few times, and he just kept. That thing was incredible. He and I laugh about that all the time, dude. Let me say this: if you're going to build a team that's going to win a championship, those are the kinds of acts you're going to have to see. One man with another, because it shows the commitment to the team and to the mission. I know we all got on tour because a head injury is something different, and we want to be careful and protect everybody from themselves. But Tua wanted to play, and he jumped back after that Thursday night. You know what I mean? Because he knows that's his commitment. He said, "Dude, if the doctors are saying I'm healthy, I am out there. I'm out there. Even if the doctors say I'm not healthy, like the doctor told Emmett, his shoulders hurt. You're still trying to go. That's the commitment. That's the commitment." And I know what you mean, because we jump on everybody if anybody playing hurt, but then we rob people of making that kind of commitment. It's a thin-ass line, and we got to know how to walk it.
The offenses in the NFL are down from last year and more from the year before. So when you look at Kansas City and the way they're playing now, the fact that they still have the best offense in the NFL, does that tell you that they are as close to being a champion as they were 3 years ago? Or do you see areas in which they aren't that team yet?
Well, they're involved. They're involved. And a championship team, if you're going to have stability, long sustainability, you have to evolve. Let's look at the greatest dynasty over in New England. That evolved. Tom Brady started winning his Super Bowls with good running game and defense. Then he won some on the short passing game with these no-name receivers. Then he had a hell of a season when he got a Randy Moss and went undefeated in the season, lost in the Super Bowl. You know, that offense kept evolving. Then it came back to being two tight ends in the middle of the field doing all those things with Gronk and, of course, Aaron Hernandez. Then you know what I'm saying? That it wasn't the same thing for 20 years. It evolved from one thing to another. That's what greatness will have to do.
So, look, you're double dipping with us this week, which means let's officially help you move some merchandise here. Because I know your podcast, the Michael Irvin podcast on the Podcast One Network, is hot. You've been talking to a lot of former Dallas Cowboys lately. What do you got coming up? Let's get the people aware of where else they can hear you.
Yeah, man, and let me tell you something, man. I love doing podcasts. It's, because I tell people, man, you get so much when we have conversations, and not just one person talking at a person, where we can interchange and interact. I had Tyler Smith on last week, and he was talking about what it was like going up against, I called them God, Aaron Donald, as a rookie. What do you do when God lines up on you? You know what I'm saying? What do you say? You know, what is that like? What does that prepare you for? Things like that. I'll have on, I've got CD Lamb on here, and I've been going back and forth, and I want to talk about what that transition has been like from him going from the number 2 receiver to now being the number 1. And having to have to do it, dog, while your number 1 quarterback goes down, and do it with your number 2. That's a hard transition, man. But it's a great conversation I will have with him.
Do former Cowboys, especially wide receivers, come to you for advice the way that 49ers seek out Jerry Rice?
Yeah, I talk to all my guys. I talk to my guys. You know, Michael Gallup moved across the street, so that helps out. I can walk across the street. You know, just, hey, man, what did I see? This is what I saw, you know. Talk some of the things, try to tell CDs, you know, you can't catch that ball in your hands when you're a number 1 receiver all the time because all the attention is on you. Body will naturally tighten up with all of that mess around you, so be able to catch it in your body. Little things that you try to get to them, the small things that you know some of the coaches haven't said to them because the coaches just haven't played at that level that they're trying to go to.
The best dressed and the hardest working man in the NFL, Michael Irvin, thank you very much. You're double dipping with us this week meant an awful lot. We wanted to talk to you immediately based on just the question we floated a couple weeks ago, and boom, we talked it into existence. It happened, Michael.
Yeah, it spoke it up, man. It spoke it up. And you heard, you know, of course, the Rams were in the fight to get Christian McCaffrey. Everybody's now, I'm on TV right now, I'll be on Sunday, but everybody now is asking, does this make them the top team in the conference? It certainly makes them the top team in their division. Now, one of the top teams in the conference. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that's exactly where you want to be right now.
They might be the best team on paper in the NFC, but the Eagles are the best team on the field, and that's what matters.
Yeah, but that matchup, that's a good matchup for the 49ers. That's a good matchup for the 49ers. I think the 49ers matchup, you can call them the best because they match up great for the Cowboys, and and the Eagles for what they do. Boy, that's the truth. I didn't necessarily want to say that, but that is the truth. I just got to say it. I had to think about it. Like, darn, I guess I really have to say
I got to say that now. Yeah, that's true. Michael, you're the best.
So, and it's on his way out your mouth. You say, do I want to say that? I not really want to say it, but I guess I have to.
There you go.
Just let it go.
That's what happens when we're married to the truth. Thank you very much, Michael. You're the man.
All right, guys. All right. Looking forward to it.
The playmaker, the Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin, joined Damon and Ratto right there on Friday, reacting to the fact that Christian McCaffrey is now a 49er. Pretty amazing stuff. And that's going to do it for Best of the Game. I'm going to let you go. We're going to take a quick break, and on the other side, it's time for Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal to take over and really, really dive into it, get you ready for today's Chiefs and 49ers game happening down at Santa Clara, and that is where they are going to pick this thing up. They are live down at the Hilton. And I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to let them take over and get you ready for Niners and Chiefs on the other side, right here on 95.7
Are you ready? At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy Paint Applicators, and GRK Screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port-in. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232. Hit big with the Major League Baseball postseason with the BetQL network. Here's Chelsea Messenger from the Daily Tip.
It's the best time of the year in Major League Baseball. That's right, the postseason. Betting on postseason baseball can be a little tricky, but there's a couple things I usually rely on. Teams with top-line aces and also postseason experience.
Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced betting tools. Win big this MLB postseason with BetQL.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
Shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply. You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. It's a new era for the 49ers.
Oh my God, Jimmy Garoppolo.
With a roster full of talent.
Deebo Samuel with the catch. The pass is going to be picked off by Bosa. Nick Bosa.
And it's almost time for kickoff. Welcome to the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
And we are off and running. It's the Kickoff Show at the Hilton in Santa Clara. The tailgate party is free, folks.
Free.
Stop by, say hello. The man on my right, Lo Neal. I'm Larry Krueger. Tim Jordan on the controls. Chris and Cameron back at the mothership on 95.7 The Game. And we're getting you ready. It's Week 7 action, 49er football. Exciting day for the Niners. The Kansas City Chiefs in town. It is alumni weekend. Several of the 49ers, great players of the past, are here. And if you want to throw, if you want to send us or tweet us or text us your favorite 49er alums. I mean, it's easy to go Jerry, Joe, right, Steve, Roger, those are the ones that stick out, of course. But there's so many.
God. Tommy Rapp. I love Rappman.
So I made a little list.
Yeah,
I made a little list. Okay, here's my little list of alums that I love. I mean, these are my Niner players of yesteryear that I don't think about them a lot, but man, I love those guys. William Bar none, Floyd.
Bar none. Love that guy.
So I got to start with the fullback.
Yes, you're right.
I'm sitting next to a future Hall of Fame fullback. I got to go with the fullback.
Love William Floyd. Still a good friend to that guy.
Bar none. Rathman.
Tommy Rathman. Love him.
Greatest play in Niner history.
Oh, the big 44. Love that
guy. 80 the NFC Championship game. Bill Walsh, 3rd and 13, trying to put the Bears away. Up 28-3. He ran Tom Rathman off tackle for 14 on 3rd and 13 to put the Bears away.
Right.
I mean, that was the ultimate.
I can't believe you go back to the playbook and remember that play. Right off the right side. Boom. He hits it for 14. Wow.
14. Wow. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming. And as Keena Turner would say in the locker room that frigid day at Soldier Field, the big bad Bears thought the finesse 49ers were going to get knocked around. Instead, the finesse 49ers marched past the Bears and into the Super Bowl against the Bengals. That's a long time ago. But bar none, Floyd. Deion Sanders.
Oh.
Love Deion Sanders.
Was he not the Swiss knife? I mean, that guy was like an assassin for hire. Deion Sanders, he would go from Dallas back to the Niners. I mean, Atlanta, what that guy did for the NFL was just unbelievable. One chess piece changed the fate of a Super Bowl.
Love
Isn't that
Deion
it was
Sanders.
amazing?
Love Deion Sanders. Took away
prime
half
time.
the field. Super cocky.
Yes.
Didn't tackle anybody, but
Yes.
it didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter. How many
time.
guys play defense and they can't tackle, but it doesn't matter?
Right.
I mean,
Right.
It's like unbelievable.
How about ED, baby? You got ED on your list?
I don't have ED,
You
but
don't
I
have
love
Eric
ED.
Davis?
He did have a big pick six in the
Yes,
NFC
remember
Championship
Eric
game.
Davis,
He
Mike?
maybe had the biggest play in one of the biggest games in Niner history.
Yeah, Eric Davis. Love that guy, man.
Love Eric
Oh,
Davis.
yeah. What about the
Merton
chicken?
Hanks.
Merton. I was getting that. The chicken neck, baby. How about
Merton Hanks.
He's always doing the chicken, making yeah. I mean, that guy was unbelievable.
Merton Hanks. I love the big nasty, so I got to go Michael Carter. Big number 95. Maybe
Michael.
the best nose guard ever.
Yeah, he was tough.
You talk a lot about the guy you played with, Jamal Williams.
Jamal Williams.
But
yes,
Jamal Williams was kind of like a Michael Carter type.
he was unbelievable. This actually put him in the Ring of Honor with the Chargers today. So congratulations.
Today?
Yeah, today.
Oh, wow.
I was supposed to go
Congrats.
down. I was like, man, I sent the video to my big boy and said, hey, congratulations being in the Ring of Honor for the Chargers. But yeah, space eater, unbelievable nose guard.
Eric Wright.
Eric Wright.
Nobody talks about Eric Wright. The Niners won the Super Bowl in 81. They had the rookie draft picks. Everybody talks about Ronnie. People remember Dwight Hicks. People even remember the hard-hitting Carlton Williamson. They forget that Eric Wright was just a superstar corner, and that's part of the out of Missouri. And he's tough, and he was fast, and he could cover. So Eric Wright's on my list. Ken Norton.
Ken Norton, baby.
John Taylor.
Fresno, baby. Johnny T.
He's Fresno?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
okay.
still there in Fresno now. John Taylor
good
was
for him.
amazing.
Chuck Haley. Charles Haley. Number
Charles
94.
Haley is still absolutely a beast. I mean, Haley was crazy, mean, unbelievable. Charles Haley, love that guy.
Couple more before we get into it. Dwight Clark, the late DC.
Yeah,
loved him.
loved
For the
87.
old school Niner fans, I mean, if you're going way, I mean, I'm 52, but if you go old school, the people in their 60s or older, Cleveland Elam, Cedric Hardman, Tommy Hart, Jimmy Webb, the incredible D-line that Floyd Peters coached up in the mid-70s under Monty Clark.
Oh, my God.
Great
How about
Niner.
High Stepper? Roger
Craig's
baby.
on my list. Roger Craig. I know he's had some problems off the field, but Dana Stubblefield is on my list.
Dana was tough.
Stubby was a great player.
Yeah.
I think the 97 Defensive Player of the Year in the league. Last two, the Hawk, Deshaun Goldson.
Ooh,
I love the Hawk.
The Hawk was friggin' amazing. I got a guy that you probably won't put on your list because he was only a short period here, but I absolutely loved him, played with him, got $1 million for making one of his bonuses. You know, outside backer, unbelievable guy. I was so happy that he won a Super Bowl. City champ, Ricky Jackson.
Ricky Jackson, the great Saint.
Yes.
Part of the Dome Patrol.
Right, Dome Patrol. Ricky Jackson
Pat
came to San
Swilling
Francisco.
and
Vaughn Johnson, Pat Swilling, Sam Mills. Oh,
late
my God.
Sam Mills,
Yes.
the Hall of Famer,
Yes.
and Ricky Jackson. Ricky Jackson was tough. He hit Emmitt Smith hard in that NFC Championship game.
Yeah, he did.
And then last one, Kevin Fagan. Kevin Fagan, they used to bring a stool out to practice and just put it there because his knees were so bad.
Oh, my God.
And that he didn't barely ever practice. But, man, I ran into him at Rochester's Big and Tall.
How was he doing?
This is years ago.
Yeah.
He was years ago. It was Kevin Fagan, Alonzo Highsmith, and the late Jerome Brown. And they were all at Rochester's there on Mission Street.
Okay.
And Kevin Fagan just had the ridiculous guns.
Guy was
kind of like you, Lo.
No,
he just had the ridiculous.
Yeah.
But this guy was so strong. And that Michael Carter, Pierce Holt, Kevin Fagan, that 3-4 front, and with Carter in the nose and Holt and Fagan on the ends. An incredibly tough 49er front. So, Alumni Weekend, I thought we could have some fun. If I say to you, Niner history. Now, you played on a number of teams. You never played for the Niners, but is there anybody on that, any Niner great from at any period that you say, you know what, it's Alumni Day, let's shout that guy out?
Yeah, of course, we the late and great, we just went at number 87.
Dwight, we all love Dwight.
We loved Dwight, had opportunity
to work
with him. Yeah, I worked with him at CSNBC and just what a pleasant person. And
sweetheart of a guy.
Sweetheart of a man. And I know his
what
family.
A life he led.
Oh, my God. He's just a tremendous man, tremendous leader. And, just sad that he's gone. But just, that guy, the catch, the infamous catch. But just what he was to Joe Montana, was a consistent pro, was a constant pro, a great guy, a leader, just an amazing man. So, I know you already mentioned, but Dwight Clark was just had a special part.
DC.
Got to work with him as well. So just love the guy.
R.I.P. DC for sure. He was the best. We were just talking about him the other day down in Ninerland about how Bill Walsh told him when the Niners were playing a Monday night game against the Browns and they were going up against Hanford Dixon and Frank Minifield.
Yes.
Great corner tandem of their day. And Walsh was such a great play designer. He's like, Dwight, I'm gonna design this play. You're gonna run the out and the up. And when you flip your hips and turn to the field, there's not going to be anybody there. And Dwight told me this story at a Giants game one time, and he's like, sure. I'm like watching the film, and I'm like, these guys run so fast. And I'm at that point in his career, he's like, I didn't run nearly as fast as I did, and I just didn't believe Bill. But sure enough, I ran the out. I flipped my hips. I put my hand out, and there was nothing but green grass. And I just, when the ball's in the air, I was like, just don't drop it. Just don't drop it. Love DC. Love DC.
Great story.
Let's get into it. Last week, 49ers lose to the Atlanta Falcons. Really interesting football game from on a lot of perspectives. The final score was 28-14. Niners dug themselves a 14-0 hole, quickly jumped right back into it. It was 14-14 almost instantly. But man, I guess the question is, are you here to credit Marcus Mariota, who was absolutely spectacular, and Arthur Smith, who had an incredible ball control game plan that was, executed to near perfection? Or are you here to, say what the 49ers didn't do? Jeff Wilson had a crushing turnover. Brandon Ayuk had a career day, but the Niners lost Emmanuel Mosley. Niners were -3 in turnovers. Kyle Shanahan had no hurry-up offense to speak of in the fourth quarter of that game. That was my biggest disappointment. And then huge drops from both Ray McLeod and Charlie Warner, and 3 crushing penalties by Jake Brendel, one that negated a Brandon Ayuk huge 35 gainer. What do you think? Was that a game that the Falcons won and you credit them, or the Niners blew it?
No, it was a game that, the Niners didn't blow it. The Niners wasn't winning that game. You and I, we talked last week and we said, hey, this is going to be a tighter game than what people think. And you looked at the team, and you think about how many injuries they have, especially when it comes to the interior. You look at Atlanta. Atlanta just put on their big boy pads, and they had more will and they had more desire. And I told you, that's one thing that we talked about, keys. I said intensity. That was you said, what concerns you? I said, can they match Atlanta's intensity? Because I knew Atlanta was going to put their big boy pants on and bring a can of whip ass, and they were going to run the ball and try to pound the ball. They created a new line of scrimmage. The Niners tried to play physical. They took a page out of the Niners playbook and did what the Niners do well, run the ball. Mariota only 14 passes, completed 13. They were consistent. They beat them up. They punched them in the mouth. They came out. They said it's 4 yards in a cloud of dust, and they dared the Niners to stop them. The Niners had no answer. Yes, they climbed back in the game, and yes, there were some drops, but Atlanta just whipped them. Yeah. Atlanta's outplayed them, beat them up. You can take those drops and all those things they still wouldn't win that game. Atlanta was a better team on Sunday, just more physical, beat those guys up, and they just got downhill. Every time Atlanta touched the ball, it was 4 yards in a cloud of dust. Their running backs ran physical. The Niners are a great physical finesse team. They're a fast running, hit you team. But when you line up and say, let's put up big boys and just go straight at them, they're a little light. Yeah. They're a little light.
Well, and I think we also kind of saw that the 49ers, the defense, it's like a Jenga game. You take out a piece here, the thing doesn't topple. You take out a piece there, hey, it still hasn't toppled. The 49ers played a good portion of that football game last week without 7 of their 11 defensive starters low. It's a deep defense, and it's an incredible defense, but you can't lose 7 starters of an 11-man defensive team and not notice a difference.
Oh, without a doubt. And that's what everyone said. Oh, the Niners defense. I said, and another thing I said, everyone's talking about how this defense is the best defense in the league. I said, no, it's not. It's not the best defense in the league right now. because because of Mosley, not having Bosa, you look at Kinlaw. Think about the guys, the injuries that they have. For people to think, oh my God, this defense is just unbelievable, still it's up. No, it's a good defense. But like you're talking about, you losing these starters and people think, oh, this defense is still great. No, it's a good defense. It's not a great defense right now.
Yeah. You got too many. It was a great defense statistically on paper, but those guys weren't on the field.
Exactly.
What's the old saying? It's the way you play, the day you play.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So you mean, and the old saying, you can't make the club in the tub.
Absolutely.
We could do this all day.
Absolutely.
No, but I mean, yeah, you take away Kinlaw and Armstead and Bosa and Aziz.
Yes.
And Mooney Ward. Then Afonga goes out with the concussion, and you don't have Jimmy Ward.
Yes.
And eventually you're looking around, and you got some good backups. Menahue's balling. Drake Jackson's balling. Ebukam's playing at a really high level.
But then who backs him up, though?
Yeah, exactly.
But see, you're right. You're missing 7 starters. But then after those guys that say they playing okay, but then now so I was trying to tell you the point that I'm trying to make is now your first string is not there. So now your second become starters, and now your third and your fourth become your second.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. It's not sustainable. So now we knew that your offense is going to have to carry the load. And the biggest thing to me, yes, they had some drops. Offense is going to have to play better because this defense, it's hurting in certain areas. And until the cavalry is back, your offense is going to have to play better, and I think they will.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, last week they were really asking their offense for the first time this season to kind of carry the load, shoulder that burden, and they weren't able to. They weren't able to.
No.
One of the things that really jumped out to me was how good the Falcons were on first down, because when they got into those second downs, and especially some of those thirds, we're talking about very manageable downs. I mean, Atlanta converted 9 of 14 on third down, but how many of them were 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 3, 3rd and short, basically?
How about the 3rd and 13?
Yeah, that was a killer.
That was the game to me.
Yeah.
Right before halftime, you just scored. You're the Niners. You just scored a touchdown. It's 3 minutes left before halftime. You kick the ball off, and you have them where you want them. 3rd and 13. You come after Mariota. He scrambles and picks up 13 yards, and now they go in to score.
Yep.
To me, that was the nail in the coffin. At that particular time, after that, I said the game's over.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. In fact, this is my play sheet, and I actually highlighted that play. It was 3rd and 13. They were at their 39-yard line. Niners blitzed, and I talked to Drake Greenlaw 2 days ago about this. He's like, man, I almost got there. And they sent Hufanga, they sent Greenlaw, and Mariota was first of all, Mariota was awesome. We got to talk about Mariota.
Yeah.
But he was decisive. Read the blitz, boom. Right up the middle, 17 yards. And instead of being, 4th down and the Niners getting the ball back with like 2.5 minutes left in a tie game, it extended the drive. It brought them across midfield. Suddenly, they were basically right around the 40-yard line. A few plays later, Mariota, beats Womack for a 3-yard touchdown run on the boot where Womack lost contain, and it's 21-14. 11 plays, 75 yards, a little bit over 6 minutes. Mariota had 53 rushing yards and on that drive. And so the Niners got the ball back, and instead of being 2.5 minutes left in a tie ball game, they got it back with 57 seconds left before halftime, down 7.
Right.
And then that's where he threw the pick to Isaiah Oliver on the play where he just kind of threw it up for grabs. So ultimately the Niners had to go into the locker room trailing by 7, and then they came out in that third quarter and they just weren't sharp. Jimmy was not sharp at the beginning of that third quarter. He missed a number of passes, but I agree with you. That was a huge blitz pickup, and not really even a pickup as much as Mariota read blitz and took off. What's your read on Mariota? Do you think Mariota is going... Marcus Mariota played like the way the 49ers someday hope Trey Lance is going to play, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you had to account for him in the run game, and he had at least 2 ball fakes that fooled the CBS camera crew.
He did, and not just that. If you watch it on the sideline, how focused he was. Mariota's getting a second shot to being a starting quarterback in this league. He backed up Derek Carr last year with the Raiders, and you saw what it did for him. The maturity that he has, the way that he's throwing the ball. He's in a good little rhythm, and I'm going to tell you right now, everyone's talking about Atlanta. Let me tell you, I think Atlanta's the best in that conference. If you look at Tampa, where they're struggling right now, if you think about the rest of the teams in that conference, does the Saints scare you? When you think about who's
Not
there,
really.
look at Atlanta, the way that they're playing football. They're physical. They can run the ball. They play good defense. I think Atlanta is a team now in that conference that don't close the door on them. So, yes, I like the way he's playing. They're not asking him to go out and win games. They're telling him, hey, you manage this game, you make the throws you need to, and we're going to run the ball, and we're going to play good defense. I like what they're doing in Atlanta.
Do we have any scores yet? How's Atlanta doing with Cincinnati?
Oh, I don't know. We got to see.
You know, Atlanta runs it well. Cincinnati can't stop the run. I was wondering if Atlanta was going to get the win over Cincinnati. The other thing, though, that jumped out about this game was that the 49ers went away from their run game, and then because they trailed 14-0. But then they tied the game up. But they still stayed away from the run game. The Niners only had 10 runs, and they had 41 passes. 10 runs for 50 yards for the 49ers. But it was funny. I was making my notes in the post game about exactly what my breakdown on this game was. This is what I have. The Niner offense is consistently less than the sum of its parts. Their weapons aren't dynamic. Jake Brendel needs to be replaced. They need to use Danny Gray. Trade for Christian McCaffrey was my thought on Monday. And where was the hurry-up urgency from Shanahan and the Niners offense in the second half? And I thought about it. My number one takeaway from that game was that when you watch the Niners in the second half of the game, they were on that drive where they burned through all that time. They made some mistakes. And Kyle Shanahan shouldn't have run it on that second down run play to Tevin Coleman with 5 minutes left. Probably just lost some focus. But the lack of quick strike ability with Danny Gray being a rookie and not being able to be trusted, with Ray McCloud dropping that one deep ball, with Warner dropping the deep, they don't have dynamic offensive playmakers. I love Debo, but he's not dynamic down the field guy, and neither's really Ayuk. And their running backs without Mitchell there's no dynamic. Jeff Wilson's not dynamic. Tevin Coleman at this point is not dynamic. JP Mason, TDP, I don't see super dynamic. And that leads us to what we're going to talk about next segment, which is Christian McCaffrey. But to me, the Niners, I think, and even the announcers kind of commented, it's like they look like a team in this NFL where it's all about quick strike ability. Do they have quick strike ability? They don't have a quarterback who throws deep well. They don't have tackles who can hold up, it seems like, to allow that quarterback the time to survey the field down the field. So they lack the offensive tackles to protect on the deep pass. They lack the quarterback to deliver the deep pass. They lack the receivers to get deep. And it's like there's some really good weapons here, but there's not a lot of dynamic weapons, and that's why I think there was a real need for McCaffrey.
Yeah, I think that Ayuk and Debo, I think they're more dynamic and explosive than meet the eye. Like you alluded to, watching the offensive line and looking at the tackles and saying, can they hold up to give Jimmy time to throw the ball downfield? And right now, that's still a question, because the answer last week against Atlanta was no. He couldn't hit the 7-step drop and have the ball be able to let guys come open and guys dropping passes. So when
his
you
deep
look
ball
at it,
kind of hangs a little bit.
It does hang. So but you have guys that I believe they can get downfield. They can stretch the field. They have speed. If you watch Debo, when he's even, he's leaving. Have you seen him get ran down? I mean, the guy is pretty explosive. He's fast. He's quick. Ayuk, same type of guy. I just think that you gotta present. The quarterback has to take more chances, pushing the ball down the field. But like you alluded to, the offensive line has to hold up. Guys can't take turns missing blocks. Guys can't take turns holding. Guys can't take turns and saying, I whiffed. You saw it last week. The big 35-yard pass to Ayuk got called back because of holding. There's the offensive line. It's got to continue to grow.
Well, Trent Williams will be back in there today. I think Mike McGlinchey's going to be back in there today. And it's going to be huge because Frank Clark's on the other side. Chris Jones is on the other side. Clark is not the same player. He's lost some weight. He's not running around at 255, 260. He's closer to the 245 range. He's lost some bull rush ability. So if you talk to Chiefs people, they'll say, they're not getting the edge pressure that they've gotten in the past. That's a little bit of a surprise because Frank, they went from D Ford to Frank Clark. They didn't miss a beat.
Right.
But now Clark looks a little underpowered. They're not quite getting the same push from outside. They are getting a little healthier today. Willie Gay, who's a 4-4 linebacker, will be back on the field today, helping them against the run. But, Kansas City, that's going to be interesting to see if Kansas City can put a little heat on Garoppolo and if the Niners can protect Jimmy G. All right, late Thursday night, I'm sitting on the couch. I'm watching Lakers-Clippers. I'm falling asleep. And all of a sudden, my daughter says, Dad, the Niners just traded for Christian McCaffrey. And I'm like, what? I look down at my phone. There's like 9 different people there. I'm getting texts from Willard. I'm getting texts from my buddies. Everybody's weighing in. What's going on here? So, I fire up the YouTube channel. I went live on the Krug Show Thursday night, and all of a sudden, we got 850 people in the room, and we're chatting for 4 hours about this trade. Before we get into it, we're going to talk all about Christian McCaffrey. We've got some great sound cuts we're going to play you as well from Jeff Chadia and Todd Husak, who I talked to late this week after the trade was consummated. Before we take the break here, what was your first thought Thursday night? Did you catch the news Thursday night, or was it Friday morning?
No, I caught it Thursday night. My phone starts blowing up on Twitter and Instagram. My boy Barna hit me up. Twitter. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, is this real?" And I'm like, "Is this really true?" I mean, I made a tweet that night. It was like, wow. I didn't think it was going to happen. I know Kyle Shanahan wanted him. I know Kyle Shanahan, we know that he likes this guy. They got to babysit him. And they've, I imagine after the game, Christian said, "Come get me. Get me out of here."
Come get me.
He walked up and he said, "Really?" And he probably, Jim and John said, "Let's go to work." I'm surprised Carolina let him go. I was surprised that you let a guy who is the face of the franchise, because you don't have the quarterback. He is the face of the franchise. I was shocked they let him go.
All right, let's take a time out. We're here at the Kickoff Show, brought to you by Jim Beam and Harris Ranch Beef. We're at the Santa Clara Hilton free party, tailgate party. We'll be here for all the home games. And coming up next, Christian McCaffrey. Why I believe CMC is the right acquisition at the right time for this Niner team. We'll get into CMC and his addition next on the Kickoff Show. Lo Neal, Larry Krueger here at Levi's on 95.7 The Game.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or dishwashers, but you will find the best deals on the best TVs, soundbars, and home theater systems. Shop around, but then make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Dublin, and San Rafael, Video Only.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. most of the time. Live like a gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrba.windows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Now back to the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
And good morning to everybody. Larry Krueger and Lo Neal here at the free tailgate party at the Santa Clara Hilton right across the street from Levi's Stadium. It's week 7 in the NFL, and today we get the Super Bowl 54 rematch.
Right.
The 3-3 Niners against the 4-2 Chiefs. Week 7 in the NFL. It's a week of dog meat games, but this game is probably the best game on the schedule. I'm sitting next to the future Hall of Fame fullback Lo Neal. Do you mind if I call you the future?
I love it, baby.
Yeah.
I love it. It's sounding good. You're getting me fired up right now.
Well, you know what? I've been passionate, and anybody who knows me knows I've been passionate for years that Roger Craig belongs in the Hall. And when we got matched together to do this pregame show by the great Matt Nahagi and the program director here at 95.7 The Game, I Wikipedia'd you, and I start looking through your stuff, and I'm like, what the heck? Why is Low Neal not in the Hall of Fame? And dude, seriously, I mean, you were an all-pro fullback. You blocked for like 11 straight 1,000-yard backs. Eddie George has got, a second level on his house because of you. Corey Dillon's probably got a couple cars in the driveway because of
cars.
you.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? LaDainian Tomlinson's probably got jewelry in the jewelry box because of you. I mean, seriously, there's a lot of guys walking around there, sitting there going, you know what? I'm not walking with a limp because of Low Neal.
Well, I appreciate it, Larry. I really
and
do.
Seriously, your day's got to come. I mean, what do you think? I mean, do you think you'll get there?
I don't know. I think the fullback position, someone's got to go in. I think when you look at guys like, Larry Centers, I think he was one of the best receiving fullbacks, caught 100 balls in
Cardinals,
1 year.
yeah.
Cardinal, love that guy. I think when you look at guys like Moose Johnson, what he did for Emmett. Moose Johnson's a guy that, look at what he was. Sam Gash, I love Sam Gash. Sam I am, a tough guy. You look at guys that, played the fullback position. If you think the best running fullback, in my opinion, is Mike Allstott. You think about what he brought to the table as a fullback, what he's able as a runner. So I think that, I was one of the better blockers. So I think that there's some guys that are deserving of it. When I talked to Mike and talked to Moose, said, I want to do a golf tournament, man, and make fullbacks great again. And have a golf tournament that's bring all the guys in. I want to do that and make it fullbacks and running backs and just have that and bring the media and say, hey, look at all these fullbacks, bringing in the William Floyds, the different guys, Juszczyk and all the yesterday year and the guys now present, and have a golf tournament, bring some awareness to the fullback position because I think it should be. I think that someone's deserving of it. And I'm just grateful that, yourself and people always throw my name in there, so I really appreciate it.
Dude, I mean, anybody listening to this, go YouTube Low Neal, and you will see what I saw, which is, if I could describe it, I would say a stripe on a stripe. Stripe on a stripe. As far as head on head.
Yeah.
You didn't. Yeah. You weren't.
No fair dodging.
You weren't sidestepping nobody.
No.
It was like stripe on a stripe, mano a mano.
Here we go.
You or me. Something's got to give.
Absolutely. My dad was just,
game.
hey, sometimes you get the bear and sometimes the bear gets you. So I enjoyed it. That was my gig. Stripe on a stripe, like you said, and go to your hair glass.
Yeah, there you go. Stripe on a stripe. If there, seriously, this guy is a head knocker. All right, Christian McCaffrey traded to the Niners Thursday night. I believe this is the right player at the right time for the right team. I think that the Niners lacked some dynamic nature in their backfield, especially once Raheem Mostert went to Miami. This is a player who's going to give you that dynamic impact. And before we talk a little bit about it, I caught up with Todd Husak this week and Jeff Chaddia, two guys. Jeff working for the NFL Network. Todd, the former Stanford color analyst, saw Christian's entire collegiate career. And I asked Todd, how are the Niners going to utilize Christian? Here's what he had to say.
I didn't really have a problem with it. I know it's a lot of picks, but again, you're getting a guy you think can be a difference maker for you. You already have a team that's pretty deep, is pretty young, and has a lot of talent. And so I don't see where there is a player at those spots in the draft next year who's going to come into this team and immediately help them. And so for me, it makes sense. Again, it's a high roller, a high stakes type of bid here, a trade. But again, I don't think that you're losing much in the draft next year for what you want to gain this year. They think they can win a championship. Philadelphia and Minnesota have proven themselves in the NFC. Everybody else is kind of squabbling and trying to figure out, where they fit in. So the Niners, if they can make a move with this, it's a good move.
All right, that was not Todd Husak. That was Jeff Chaddia talking about the price to acquire McCaffrey. But since we're started with Chaddia, let's finish with our second one with Chaddia. He was talking this week about how, the 49ers, they do well on day 3 of the draft. They do well with undrafted free agents, and that he'd much rather have a player like McCaffrey than the picks that they traded to get him.
Free. Yeah, exactly. And again, that will help them down the road. But right now, if you said, what would you rather have, those draft picks or a realistic shot at winning a championship? I'm going with that championship shot every time around. I know people are looking at the Rams right now and saying what's happened to them, but 7 months ago, people were raving about all the moves that they made and how it worked out for them. So again, I look at the NFC as a whole, and I look at what Philadelphia is. I look at what Minnesota is, and I just think right now the Niners are very much in that mix if they can get healthy, that offense can really take a step forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shadia hits on it there in that I'm looking at the draft picks they have next year now that they've made this trade. The trade was a 2023 second, third, and fourth round pick, a 2024 fifth round pick going to Carolina for McCaffrey. But this is what the Niners have going into next year's draft. They've got 2 third-round comp picks. They've got 2 fifth-round picks. They've got a 6th-round pick they got from Arden Key. They have their own 7th-rounder. They got a 7th-rounder that they got from Denver in the Jonas Griffith trade last year. They also have a 7th-round comp pick from Raheem Mostert. They also potentially could have 2 more third-round draft choices if DeMeco Ryans happens to get a head coaching job this offseason, which I think is probably very, very likely. So you're talking about a 49er team, though, that even with trading 3 picks in next year's draft is very likely to show up in next year's draft with 10 draft picks. That's why this is the right trade at the right time. Because, yeah, the 49ers are 3-3, but look at the NFC. What do you got? Right. You got Philly, you got Dallas. I think the Niners are right there with every other team beside, even including Philly and Dallas. I think it's wide open. I don't think the Niners fear Philly or Dallas or Tampa or Green Bay.
They don't.
So I think this is John Lynch telling the locker room, I believe in you guys. I believe this team's got some special traits. I believe this team can win a Super Bowl. And you got maybe 10 draft picks next year, even despite making this trade. So I think it's the right trade at the right time for the right team and fills the right need.
Without a doubt, I look at this trade and I think about what he brings to the table. It's undoubtedly he's a game changer. I like him better now at this stage of career than Zeke Elliott. You think about what McCaffrey does. He's a chain mover and he's a game changer. He's so explosive in the pass game. So when you're looking at this Niner team, to me, Jimmy G has every weapon. This is Jimmy's. I think when he not only did he say believe in the team, you believe in Jimmy. I'm going to get you another guy. I'm going to get you a guy that's going to take a burden off you in the pass game, but also you have a true running back that is an elite running back in this league. Top 5 running back without a doubt. Top 3 probably running backs in this league, just the total back. There's not 3 backs that you would say you would pick over McCaffrey right now because of what he can do overall. So I look at McCaffrey. This is a huge chess piece, and I think it's a breath of fresh air. You were going to play Kansas City today, and you're looking. Okay, you got your offensive line coming back. You got both your 2 tackles that are a staple here. You got them back. You got some help coming. So now you're already going to be energized. But now you go out and you get McCaffrey. Think about what the offense and the defense. You don't think the defensive guys going to be looking on the sideline and holding their breath watching McCaffrey because you just got an electrifying player that guys aren't going to be more jazzed? I'm telling you right now, this game right now, I think the Niners, by doing what they did, you energized your team and you energized them for a win today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think also, not that this was a factor because I don't believe it was, but look what the dialogue was going to be. Look what the dialogue was for a good portion of the week on 95.7 The Game this week. It was a lot about Jim Harbaugh. It was a lot about comparing Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan. Harbaugh's 44-19-1. Shanahan, because of the team that he inherited, is still sub 500. They both had a Super Bowl berth and lost in the Super Bowl. But that was going to be the dialogue today. And now it's not that. We're going to see Christian McCaffrey out there, and it's going to be more about McCaffrey and this team and what's coming this season for this group and in the future. And it's not going to be looking back and comparing. Would you rather have Harbaugh? Well, he was 44-19-1. So it changes from this, let's second guess the current regime and kind of bemoan the loss of Jim Harbaugh to, hey, look what Christian McCaffrey, all the possibilities that exist with this offense with McCaffrey in it. All right, let's hear from Todd Husak. I asked Husak, the former Stanford color analyst. He did the Stanford broadcast for years when McCaffrey was there with the great Dave Fleming. And I asked him how he thinks Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are going to use Christian McCaffrey. Here's what he said.
I think they're going to put him in a position where they can create mismatches. He's going to get one-on-one in space, and he's going to make some linebackers and safeties look look foolish at times. And not only that, but he's not the focal point of this offense. As soon as defenses start to focus on him, they're going to get beat by Debo and Ayuk and Kittle. And he's got the best fullback in the game in Juszczyk to lead the way for him. So I'm excited to see what he can do in this offense. And clearly the start of the season hasn't been the way the 49ers fans and certainly the players had hoped, losing a couple games that I think everybody thought they should win. But with this added piece, it's just another wrinkle that defenses have to prepare for. And he's capable of making big plays when he gets the ball. So, again, I'm very excited to see how they kind of slot him, how they use him in the offense, both as an I-back, spread out as a wide receiver, and the mismatches and the pressure it takes off the other players on the offense. I mean, everybody's going to get better now as a result of having a weapon like that on the team.
I mean, you know it better than anybody, Lo. When you put a great player on the field at any position, the burden on the rest of the other 10 guys goes down.
No question, it will. And you look at this team and you think, okay, how is this team? Did they get better? They got a lot better, not just as a running the ball, but now they got a lot better in passing, like you said. And I love what he just said. He said, because now he's not the focal point. When Christian McCaffrey was in Carolina, he was the focal point. He was the offense. Now you're in a situation where you're not necessarily the focal point. So now Ayuk and, and Debo, and you're talking about Kittle and Juszczyk, all these other guys now are going to be able to flourish even more because you got a running back now that can do so much in the passing game, what he can do in the running game. So I think that this offense is going to continue to flourish and play better with the addition of this young man.
And I asked Juszczyk, how he's going to fit into Kyle Shanahan's offense. Here's what he had to say.
With the way the 49ers offense is built, they're not necessarily a stretch the field type team, right? Jimmy Garoppolo's strength lies in accuracy under 15-yard throws, and that's where Christian McCaffrey is probably at his best. But I agree with you. I think that the family ties and the history between Stanford and the Shanahans and the McCaffreys, it makes it a pretty special opportunity. If this thing works out well and the team goes in the right direction, there'll be a lot of celebrating between families and generations of families. So I think that does add something to that move, but only if they win, right? Only if it's successful as we look back in February.
It also matters what kind of guy are you? What kind of, the one thing from being in the Niner locker room this year, there's not a bad guy in there. They don't have bad guys in that room, and I think that's one of the strengths of the team. The composition of the team is made up of guys who are all pulling the rope in the same direction. I asked Todd Juszczyk, what kind of guy is Christian McCaffrey?
A couple different coaches said this guy McCaffrey is a freak in the locker room, in the weight room. Like he is the hardest working guy we have. There's no limits. He's one of the strongest guys we have. And they are very careful of giving praise to true freshmen coming in. And they want to have those guys earn it. Everybody had talked about how awesome this guy was coming in that summer before his freshman year and how he just outworked everybody. And that offseason, he got so much better because he outworked everybody. He could not get enough of the training and what goes into making a successful football player. He watches the tape. He understands his body. He takes really good care of himself. Really smart guy. And so I think hearing that praise from a coaching staff and the strength and conditioning staff that never said that about freshmen. I mean, maybe Andrew Luck, like they were shocked how good he was, but to be effusive in that praise of a young man physically and how prepared he was and how hard he worked, I think showed that he had a chance to be something special. And sure enough, he ended up breaking Barry Sanders, 30-year-old all-purpose yards record for a single season in college football, because he could do everything. He's a receiver. He was a slot guy. He could run the screens. He was an I-back. He returned punts and kicks. I mean, the guy could probably play defense if they asked him to. I mean, he's that type of a all-around great football player. He understands the game. I mean, you would expect a guy who was around it with his dad playing so long in the NFL that he absorbed some of that. But very rarely in my career did you come across guys who were the most talented and also were the hardest working, right? I think in those rare exceptions, you had the superstars, guys like Jerry Rice. I think Christian McCaffrey has those two things. He's incredibly physically talented, and he works really hard. His teammates like him. So if he can stay healthy, that's been the hiccup in his career. If he can stay healthy, I think he has a chance to do something special in the next 3, 4, 5 years of his career.
You know better than anybody, Lo. This is the problem in NFL free agency. If you go bring somebody from outside the room in the room, and he doesn't work hard, and he's making a lot of bank, there's guys that look at you cross-eyed in there and go, "Wait a second, why are we bringing this guy in? He's not even working as hard as guys we have here." The fact that McCaffrey is not just a great player, but a Jerry Rice type worker is another reason that this is going to play well in the room.
Yeah, he's a 49er. I mean, you could tell the 49ers, they wouldn't count, Shanahan wouldn't have did this, and neither would John Lynch if they didn't think he was a high character guy. And, they have some family ties, so that this guy, the way that he works, you saw him in college, and just the way that his body, he takes care of himself. How many years does he have left on his contract? Is it still 2 more, 3 on the deal?
Well, the deal is right now, his deal is, he only counts $646,000 against the cap this year, but then he's under contract next year for $11 million, under contract the year after that for $11 million. I believe there's 3 seasons at $11 million per year going forward. And I would expect the 49ers will likely renegotiate that deal once they move Jimmy and kind of change the composition of their roster a year from now. But yeah, that's the beauty of this. Yeah. He doesn't cost a lot on the cap this year, and going forward, you could always renegotiate that and kind of work those numbers.
And I think you will, because you have a guy now, Raheem Mostert, was a talented guy, but he's not McCaffrey. And by no stretch of imagination, Raheem Mostert was a home run guy. We understand he's got talent, but McCaffrey's a way better athlete, and McCaffrey's a better player. So you got a guy that that it's not going to be lack of effort. He's going to be on time. You alluded to, hey, if you bring a guy in and he doesn't work as hard, guys look and say, man, why'd you bring this guy in? He's not a part of this culture. You have McCaffrey, who's a part of a culture that's built-in culture because how he was raised, but now you're bringing him to a Niner. He's going to show guys and how to set a standard. I think this is going to be a great acquisition for the 49ers. And I think right now, if the Niners get healthy, I think you made them now the best team in the NFC.
Yeah,
I really mean that.
I agree with you. There is an injury concern with McCaffrey. He's missed 23 games over the previous 2 seasons, all due to injuries. And I asked Todd Husak about his body type, because that was my question coming out. How durable would he be? Here's what Husak had to say about Christian McCaffrey's body type.
Yeah, I think he understands that his ability to change direction and his burst are probably 2 of his biggest strengths. So putting on too much weight would inhibit that ability. And he understands that he has to keep a certain body type. And you mentioned his upright running style, and he's not the biggest, pounding back. He's not a 240 pounder, but a little bit like, you look at some of the great running backs, they very rarely get hit hard, like hit head on, knock backwards. They have that ability at the last second to change their body angle or avoid the hit and get that extra yard after contact. And I think he has that ability. I mean, his injuries have been more just tweaks here and there. And so I think that just comes from overuse. I mean, the percentage of snaps that he's been on the field for Carolina when he's been healthy, it's the highest in the league, I think, year after year. So figuring out a way where Shanahan can use him but still keep him healthy for the next, 11 games? That's going to be, I think, a key to not only certainly Christian McCaffrey's success, but I think the offense's sustained success, because he just gives you so many more ways to beat a defense. And if there's one thing Kyle Shanahan has shown, he can get creative with the right pieces and give defenses headaches by the way he creates mismatches across the field, uses play action, and uses running backs in receiving routes. I'm curious to see what he can do, because he's developed some plays over the years that have been fun to watch.
How many snaps would you play him today? We're thinking maybe Kyle's going to play him 20-25. You think that's good? You want to see more?
I think that's good. I think he'll play 15 to 30 snaps. It's 15 to 25 without a doubt. I think you'll see him move around, do some things because he's good. And a lot of times when you hear people say, well, God, he's a smart guy. Think about what they keep saying McCaffrey, how smart he is. Smart guy. You have to realize he understood he knew what Carolina was doing to him. He knew that he wasn't going to win. He knew he wasn't a team that was getting to the playoffs. He knew that he was getting paid. He got that, so he wanted to respect his job. But at the same sense, you have a little extra that he could probably got out of him. But he knew that, hey, I got to try to last in longevity, and I'm not going to waste it here. So you're going to have a McCaffrey that you're going to see a different guy.
New lease on life.
Lease on life, and I think that you're going to see more physical. I think that you see less injuries, because when you're playing on a bad team and you're the main focus point, if something's hurting, why go out there and why risk it? You're risking it for what? I know you're getting paid, but he's a smart guy, so I think you're going to see McCaffrey a lot less injuries because he's on a better team.
Well, it should be fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
We get a chance to see it starting today. His cap number jumps to $12 million next year. And, of course, his father played for the 49ers and was on their Super Bowl championship team. And his father played 9 seasons in Denver, so there's the connection with the Shanahans. And, it's really interesting. And as far as prop bets, McCaffrey prop bets today, the over-under on total yards for McCaffrey today from scrimmage, 75.5. You going over or you going under?
You know what? I'm going to go under because it's his first day. I think they're going to use his uses. I think he'll touch the ball probably 8 to 10 times today, and but he'll be in the plays, probably have another 15 plays that he's just in there, decoy, running different things. So I think his usage, I don't think he touches it more than, I would say, 12.
Well, it should be interesting. The Niner offensive staff have a package of plays for him. Expect to see Christian McCaffrey quite a bit today in the red zone. And thanks to Jeff Chaddia and Todd Husek for giving us their thoughts on the newest 49er. And I personally don't think they paid too much of a price. There was also people asking, is Kyle Shanahan, how can a coach on the hot seat make a trade? Well, that's just it. He's not on the hot seat. If Kyle Shanahan were on the hot seat, you wouldn't trade 4 draft picks, for a running back, but he's not on the hot seat. And I think he fills a perfect need for the 49ers.
Why do people say, go ahead. What were you going to say? Why are fans and people saying, man, Kyle Shanahan, he's on the hot seat, or should you get rid of him? Why is it even a question, in your opinion?
Well, let's tease that, because up next, JD's going to join us, and I'm going to throw that question to JD. I think it's a great question. JD's going to join us next. We'll get his breakdown on this thing as well. He was at Friday's practice and at the Friday presser, so we'll get his thoughts on Christian McCaffrey and that question that Lo just answered next as we continue with the kickoff show. We're here at the Santa Clara Hilton. The free tailgate party will be here for all the home games, brought to you by Jim Beam and Harris Ranch Beef. Lo Neal, Larry Krueger, more straight ahead on 95.7 The Game.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his 4th. But you know what they say, 4th time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyond's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Can you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah!
He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Welcome back to the Kickoff Show. Larry Krueger and Lo Neal here at the Santa Clara Hilton. The free tailgate party going on and will be going on throughout the season for all the home games. And, of course, the Kickoff Show, as you just heard, brought to you by Harris Ranch and Jim Beam. The great Tim Jordan on the controls, Chris and Cameron running the show back at the mothership here on 95.7 The Game. I'm sitting here next to the future Hall of Fame All-Pro fullback Lorenzo Neal, and joining us on the guest line is JD, John Dickinson, who was out at Niner practice on Friday and was there for the McCaffrey presser. And before we get to McCaffrey and Friday and the Niners and all the headlines, JD, Lo brought up a question right before we took the timeout, and the question was, why are Niner fans seemingly obsessed with this notion that Kyle Shanahan, who's been to 2 of the last 3 NFC championship games, who's taken this team to a Super Bowl, would be on some proverbial hot seat? And I know the old saying, if your premise is wrong, by definition, your conclusion is wrong. And there were people saying, you know what? How do you let a coach on the hot seat trade 4 draft picks for a running back? And it's like, because he's not on the hot seat, because you've made up this entire hot seat notion altogether. But what's your read on it? Because it's not just select media. There actually are a big group of fans who are in that camp that, Kyle's on his way out.
No, there's no hot seat. I mean, that is the correct answer. And really, we're probably a year and a half away from there being a hot seat, to be perfectly honest. If you just look at the timeline of, you got this season that needs to play out, where the 49ers are going to play it out without Trey Lance, who was the starting quarterback going into this season. So now Trey Lance has to come back. And look, I think the 49ers are still going to make the playoffs this season, if not win the NFC West. And then we'll see what happens once they get in. But making the playoffs will be a successful enough season to where there will be no modicum of a hot seat going into 2023. And then he's going to get the 2023 season to see where Trey Lance is. And even if you want to say that the worst case scenario were to play out and Trey Lance looks like, not a bona fide starting quarterback by the end of next season, meaning 2023, that would only put Shanahan on the hot seat, let's say maybe going into 2024, where at that point I think you'd have 2 years left on his contract. So a decision would have to be made anyway at that point with a year to go. Does he finish out the lame duck last year, or do you extend him? So no, there isn't a hot seat, and there won't be a hot seat until probably 2 years from now, about 23 months, when you just look at the calendar and the structure of this team, unless, and I will allow for one, unless, this team wins, 2 or 3 games between now and the end of the year, and they do it again next year. I mean, then it's a problem, but I don't think anybody thinks that's going to happen.
No, I couldn't agree with you more, JD. Jay, when you look at this team, we're talking about for that not to happen. Let's talk about today. So playing against the Chiefs. How do you look at this matchup, and what is one of the things that you want to see this Niner team do today?
Yeah, great news, by the way, just first of all, on the inactive report with the inactives coming out just a few moments ago. 49ers getting healthy in a big-time way. I already knew Trent Williams and Nick Bosa were going to play. Obviously, Jimmy Ward going to play with the small cast, McGlinchey and Ebicom. Those guys were already in. And we knew about Christian McCaffrey was going to play. He is officially active, but Bosa ready to roll. Dante Johnson's inactive, so Charvarius Ward and Hufanga are active as well. So clearing the concussion protocol, and it sounds like Charvarius Ward is going to give it a go, which I think really helps the 49ers. I mean, they're a lot healthier than they were last week in Atlanta, exponentially more healthy. So I think that gives the 49ers a better chance. But look, the Niners are going to have to, they're going to have to shore up, I think, the run defense, number one, but the truth is the Chiefs throw it a ton. And so you have to wonder, if maybe the Chiefs style of play lets the 49ers off the hook. But to me, it's, you want to keep Mahomes in the pocket and try and collapse the pocket and get to him, put pressure on him where he's throwing some awkward throws from in the pocket, not escaping and throwing as he's prone to do, where he'll make some big plays. I think you got to take Kelsey away. I think you got to bracket Kelsey because he's the third down guy and he's the touchdown guy. And so I think you got to take him away and try and make Mahomes beat you with maybe some lesser receivers, hopefully under pressure from the pocket. And then on the other side, I think this is another one of these games where the 49ers might have to be throwing it early in an attempt to come back and run it later, and that's even with Christian McCaffrey in the fold, who I would expect. Third downs are going to be big for McCaffrey, and red zone, I think, would be big for McCaffrey if you're going to hunt and peck which plays that he's going to be out there for.
It's interesting when today is Jim Harbaugh's return. They're honoring the team that won the NFC Championship and lost ultimately to the Ravens in the Super Bowl. Harbaugh 44-19-1 in his tenure with the 49ers, and I think it probably ended more because of personality conflicts than anything. And then you got Shanahan, who inherited a really bad football team, and because of it is probably that's probably the number one reason that he's still sub 500 at 42-45. They both went to a Super Bowl and lost it as the head coach of the 49ers. If I say Shanahan and Harbaugh, do you look at one as superior to another? How would you compare the two coaches? How would you compare the two eras?
They're so similar, I think, in terms of the success level. They both had a tremendous amount of success in the playoffs, and without winning a Super Bowl. I mean, you look, it's really difficult to have a winning playoff record as a head coach and not win a Super Bowl, and both of these guys were able to do it. You look at Shanahan 4-2 overall, and the 49ers were winning playoff games every year. That's the only way you get to the NFC Championship game and to the Super Bowl. So similar in that fact. They both want to play tough-minded, physical football in their own way, run first. I think the one difference is just the regular season success. And, you guys remember it. Going back to 2011, coming off the lockout when Jim Harbaugh took over, and they had drafted Colin Kaepernick, and that obviously was going to be his guy. But there wasn't necessarily a plan in place for who the quarterback was going to be in that 2011 year. Everybody thought that Alex Smith was just going to get cast aside, and Harbaugh made do with what he inherited, and really, I think, showed the early signs of salvaging. He salvaged Alex Smith's career with the fact that he was able to play effective football in that 49ers system, and they were able to win. And then I think Andy Reid took it to a little bit of another level for Alex once he ended up in Kansas City. But he took a quarterback that had done nothing in the first 6 years and made him into a capable, passable, winning quarterback with a great defense and a running game. So I think Harbaugh, a lot of people weren't thinking highly of that team going into that year. A lot of talent on the defensive side, but he cobbled together what was 6-10 and turned it into 13-3 in an NFC Championship game and a hell of a lot of regular season success, except for the last 5 games. I mean, they were even 7-4 on Thanksgiving in his final year. So I think that's the real difference when you start to look at the two. And Shanahan's better at playing office politics than Harbaugh was. I mean, that's the other major difference,
right.
Which I think, Lo, is why he's been able to ride out a little bit of the ups and downs better than Harbaugh was able to.
I couldn't agree with you more, JD. When you think about what Harbaugh was able to do, and let's get back on what this team has to do, can you see Kansas City trying to establish a running game? You saw the way Atlanta, are they just built different? Because Atlanta just beat San Francisco 49ers at their own game, was just too physical. Do you see Kansas City trying to take that and add that to their repertoire today?
Yeah, we talked about all the guys that are playing. The 49ers still are in a tough spot in the middle of the defensive line, which absolutely makes them vulnerable to the running game. And I think that's maybe one of the weaknesses anyway of this 49ers defense, although it is different when Armstead and Kinlaw are in there. But it just isn't how Andy Reid and the Chiefs typically operate. So I think it'll be interesting if they go against the grain and go matchup specific a little bit more and try and establish the run in an attempt to come back to Mahomes and to the Niners. I think a lot of it is, do they take Kelsey away? And I think so much of this game comes down to, guys, third downs, as it always does, and red zone? Are you able to score touchdowns? This is the kind of game where if you're the Niners, you're either going to have to keep the Chiefs out of the end zone, force them to kick some field goals, or you're going to have to score a few more touchdowns than we've been used to seeing this 49ers team be able to score. But I think there are some tendencies in terms of style of play that have the potential to favor the 49ers a little bit, in that, when they've had success against teams, with a guy in the middle like Chris Jones or Aaron Donald, it's been the Niners who've been able to put a couple of guys on him and run it at him. Do the Niners look to go that wet route, and it allows them to run more effectively than maybe they've been able to run at other times? And I think the flip side to that is, do the Chiefs and their propensity to want to sling it all over the field without the deep threat that Tyreek Hill used to possess, does that maybe make them a little bit more defendable for the Niners, assuming they can keep Mahomes in the pocket and heat him up and take Kelsey away? It's a fascinating matchup between two just uber talented football teams.
Yeah, there's no question, JD. Kansas City's O-line has allowed a ton of pressure, so maybe the Niners can get some pressure on Mahomes. And you mentioned Kelsey. What a year he's having at 33. He's on pace for 116 catches and 20 touchdowns.
Wow.
And, last week against Buffalo, he lit him up. 8 catches, 108 yards. One more on McCaffrey from your perspective. Did the Niners overpay? Was it too high of a cost? A 2, a 3, a 4 in this next draft, a 5th in the following draft? I look at it as just the price of doing business in the middle of the year when you're trying to out bid teams like Buffalo and the Rams for a Pro Bowl caliber player. But what do you think? There were an awful lot of people this week saying, man, that was a high price.
It was a high price. I mean, I think you can say that, but it still makes it worth it if it unlocks this offense and this team can get on a little bit of a roll and play more complementary football than they have to this point, where they've just been so defense dependent. Right. Defense has to be dominant. Defense has to even score points to win games to this point. So if it unlocks this season and they're able to make a run and get to an NFC Championship game or get back to a Super Bowl, then I think it helps in that vein, and it becomes worth it. The other part of it is 2023. You also have to look at Trey Lance and trying to make things a little bit easier on him once he takes over again as the starting quarterback. And now you start looking at, all right, you got Kittle and you got Debo and Ayuk and now McCaffrey in the running game and Elijah Mitchell in that fold too. And it becomes a little more dynamic for Trey Lance next year. So I think, if you're good enough to win, and I think the Niners think they have enough talent on this team to win this year and win next year, then you can maybe navigate the fact that you're not going to have a lot of picks. Because I also think, guys, you may not have a lot of roster spots projected to be open next year for all these picks, because you think you've got a pretty damn good football team that's coming back with guys that you've already paid low.
And with that being said, JD, what does he bring to the table watching him at practice? How's Cal Shannon going to unleash McCaffrey today without overusing him? What is he going to bring? What type of attitude and what type of dimension does he bring to this team?
A little bit of everything, right? I mean, he's a great runner. He's somebody you can run between the tackles. He's somebody you can throw the ball to coming out of the backfield. He's somebody that you can split out as a wide receiver. I know Shanahan loves having his eligible, 5 receivers on any particular play or playmakers, be able to just shuffle around. I mean, I think you're going to see all kinds of different dynamics, and combinations as far as who's in the backfield, who's lined out wide. I think you may see McCaffrey go out as a receiver and Debo in the backfield as a runner. Wow. At times you may see the opposite, but I think it gives the defense another big time player that they have to account for, which I think will it means that somebody else is going to be open, because if you got to direct other attention to McCaffrey, does that unlock Debo? Does that unlock Kittle? Is there a little bit more playmaking to where now maybe you don't have to keep Kittle in as frequently to block, and then he's able to go out and be more of a part of the passing game. To me, it's a combination of just more talent opening things up for the other players to maybe make them a little bit less predictable and maybe a little less predictable in the running game. I think the Niners have become a little predictable this year, and Kyle Shanahan's become a little predictable. Now he can unleash a little more of the playbook and an opportunity to get a little bit more creative.
Who's the team to beat in the conference now that the Niners have McCaffrey? And I bring this up, JD, because I'm looking at the scores right now.
Yeah.
Panthers are beating the Buccaneers 14-0. The Commanders are beating Green Bay, who lost last week 17-14. Dallas is leading Detroit, but only 10-6, and Detroit's got the ball. We thought the Falcons looked good last week. They're getting trounced in Cincinnati today. Are the Niners... would you say it's the Eagles? Would you say it's the Niners? Is there another team I'm not thinking of? The Rams are the defending champion. Who's the team to beat in the conference going forward, in your opinion?
Well, for now, I've got the Niners over the Rams, and I think the McCaffrey deal helps that. We'll see what the Rams do here in the next week or so as far as do they add anybody. They're always prone to do it. And, yeah, the Packers, they're just having an awful time moving the football. They've got 14, but one of them was a pick. One of those 2 touchdowns was a pick 6. So their offense has just been dreadful in the recent part of the schedule here during their losing skid. And I think you have to give Philly the respect that comes with being 6-0 until further notice. I'm a little intrigued by Minnesota at 5-1, although it's not the most impressive 5-1, and I think the Niners would believe if they match up with the Vikings that they could put enough pressure on Kirk Cousins in a big game to be able to win that. But their defense has come around some, and they've got a lot of offensive playmakers all over the field, whether it's Jefferson, Dalvin Cook. I mean, they've got some guys that can make some plays. But I think right now it's Philadelphia, and then maybe you draw a line and it's Minnesota, just giving them their due for what they've done. And then I would throw everybody else in a group of, the Niners, Green Bay, Tampa, the 3-3 disappointments. And I do think you got to give the Giants a little bit of respect, but who's fearing them if you're lining up against them
exactly.
in a playoff game against Daniel Jones? I mean, nobody is at that point. So I think the Niners, for being 3-3, and I think to this point a disappointing 3-3, they've got to feel really good about where they're at in the context of the entire conference, with maybe one team to beat at this point in Philadelphia, and a bunch of teams you think you're as good as or maybe even better as right now.
Good stuff, JD. I'm taking the Niners on a slight win today, like 27-24, but I got to be honest, I don't feel real confident about it.
No, I don't either. If you had me pick it, I'd say Chiefs today end up winning one. I think 27-20, 28-20, something like that. I think a one-score game. I think the turnovers are what ultimately are going to determine this thing. I think if the Niners can force a couple turnovers, I think that's their pathway to victory. If the turnovers are even or the Chiefs have an advantage, I think the Chiefs will have enough to eke this one out, and then it's on to the Rams.
Good stuff, JD. Thanks for checking in.
All right, you got it, fellas.
You're the best, Jay.
Sean Dickinson checking in with us there.
It's interesting, man, because honestly, I feel more comfortable today than I did last week. Last week, I didn't feel comfortable because of the injuries that they had, and you watch them, the way that that matchup. I didn't feel comfortable last week. I think this week it's a good matchup for the Niners. I think because you're not playing a team that's going to try to beat you with physicality. They're going to try to beat you with finesse and try to beat you in the air. And the Niners, what do they do well? They get after the passer. That's what they do well. So you're playing it. You got a team that likes to throw the ball, but you're playing against the strength of the Niners' strength. That's their defense. It's not a great run defense. It's a better pass defense. So that's why I like the Niners, and I think if they can get 24. First one to 24, I think wins. I think the Niners can, if they can get to 24, I think that's the number. They have to score 24 points, and I think that they can keep them. That's the bare minimum to 4 wins.
I mean, the Niners have to commit to the run. I mean, they got away from the run last week, and they got to commit to the run. If you look at Kansas City, they've given up like almost 300 rushing yards the last 2 weeks. So, I mean, they're primed to be run on, but you got to stick with it. Yeah. And I'm sure that will be some Christian McCaffrey today. Just looking at a few of the betting trends that I think are kind of interesting. Kansas City is 1-5 against the spread in their last 6 games as a favorite. So that's one thing to consider. Wow. The 49ers are 5-0 against the spread under Kyle Shanahan coming off of a loss. So both of those trends favor the 49ers. Now, one other trend, since the start of the 2020 season, the 49ers are 8-6 as an underdog, and they're 13-15 as a favorite. That's straight up. So they actually have a better record as an underdog, Lo, than they do as a favorite. Does that surprise you?
It doesn't, because they play that way. Every time they're an underdog, it's just this team, they get up and they find a way to play. When they're a favorite, you saw last week, they don't play. Sometimes they don't play at the level that they're capable of. And I think when you're playing against Kansas City, this is that get right. This is that revenge game. Team that beat you in a Super Bowl. Jimmy wants to play well. He wants to show that he can do some things. Look for this team to throw the ball down the field. I think that you're going to see Jimmy take some shots. I think the crowd, you're playing at home. These Niner fans are going to be so loud today, and they're going to be freaking all over it. My guy's got the bright young jersey on out here crip walking. This place is already getting hype. If you watch the fans and watch the energy that I think this stadium is going to bring, I think that's going to be that difference. Crowd noise, stadium, getting loud, and it's just going to be a great place of energy today.
Couple other trends to take note of. Jimmy G is 14-6 straight up, 16-4 against the number as an underdog in his NFL career. It's the best quarterback numbers as an underdog in the Super Bowl era. Wow. So this guy, Jimmy G, has been a tremendous, winner as an underdog. 14-6 as an underdog. Now let's flip it over to Mahomes. Mahomes is 2-1 against the spread all time as anything less than a 3.5 point favorite. So that one's interesting. The reason I'm a little skeptical is the 49er opponents this year in the non-49er games are 9-17 combined. And none of the teams that they have played this year are above 500. Wow. So now you're getting a Kansas City team that I think's one of the best teams in pro football. They might be right there with Buffalo as the creme de la creme in the NFL. And so this is a step up in class. There's a lot of different ways for the 49ers to win. The Niners run it exceptionally well, and the Chiefs do not stop the run. And can the Niners commit to the run? That's a big question today. But it's going to be really interesting to see. This Chiefs defense is their Achilles heel. In fact, we'll get into the Chiefs. We'll do a little deep dive on the Chiefs coming up next. We're also going to update you on all the morning games. A number of surprise scores from around the NFL on the morning games, a bunch of games going on. And then we'll do a little deep dive on the Chiefs and give you our keys to victory. We're taking it to 112 today. We got a 125 kickoff. 49ers and Chiefs. It's Week 7 action. And, of course, we're brought to you by Jim Beam and Harris Ranch Beef. And we're here at the Santa Clara Hilton. Stop by throughout the year. The tailgate party is fun. There's a lot of booze, a lot of drinks, a lot of food. People having a good time walking in. Perfect day for football today. The Niners and the Chiefs. And, of course, he's Lo Neal. I'm Larry Krueger, and this is 95.7 The Game.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or dishwashers, but you will find the best deals on the best TVs, soundbars, and home theater systems. Shop around, but then make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Dublin, and San Rafael, Video Only.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrba.windows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Here at Total Wine and More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. What margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Can you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front. and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Now back to the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. And by Harris Ranch Beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
And welcome back to the Kickoff Show. Larry Krueger and Lo Neal here at the Santa Clara Hilton, right across from Levi's Stadium, where we have the free tailgate party going on, and we will for all the home games. And of course, the Kickoff Show brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef and Jim Beam. It's the 3-3 49ers taking on the 4-2 Kansas City Chiefs. A little rematch of Super Bowl 54. And of course, you're listening to us on 95.7 The Game. And this is the #1 scoring offense in the NFL, Kansas City has, against the #2 scoring defense in the NFL in the 49ers. It's really interesting when you look at some of the, so we do a deep dive on Kansas City. Kansas City's biggest Achilles heel this season has been their defense. Right. They've allowed the most passing touchdowns in the league, the 6th most passing yards, the 3rd most first downs, and the 2nd highest completion percentage in the NFL through the air this season. Both of Kansas City's offensive tackles rank in the top 15 in the most pressures allowed. So that's big Orlando Brown at left tackle and Andrew Wiley at right tackle. Those guys are allowing pressures on a regular basis. Kansas City defensively is 20th overall, 4th against the run, 27th against the pass. But the last 2 weeks, they've been a sieve against the run. Kansas City's given up 280 rushing yards the last 2 games. And I got to think that's a big part of the 49ers game plan today is run the heck out of it. And then defensively, the Niners, #1 overall defense, #2 against the run, #2 against the pass. The Niners have 4 defensive ends: Bosa, Drake Jackson, Samson Ebukam, and Charles Omenihu, that each have at least 3 sacks. So the Niners' strength up front is D'Amico has great depth, great talent, and then they're playing some really well schemed and thought up games up front with the stunt game, and then they're sending extra blitzers off the edges and sometimes off the slot on key third downs, and they're giving opposing quarterbacks and offensive lines an awful lot to look at. The normal way, talking to all the Kansas City people, you don't want to blitz Mahomes. You don't want to give him defined reads. He's really good against the blitz in his career. But if you rush 4 and drop 7, heck, if you rush 3 and drop 8 and make him be accurate, that's kind of proven to be more of the recipe for how to beat him.
Yeah, I think so. And I think also when you look at it like that, because their inability to be consistent running the ball, Kansas City, that is, I think that you do that, rush 4 at 3, and then drop 8, drop 7, because now it's got to be a long, methodical drive. And I just don't think they're patient enough, and I don't think they have that. And I think you can get with them. I think you can put pressure with just 4. And when you're doing that, because their tackles, the inability to hold up against, Nicky Bosa, and the rest of the crew, I think you put pressure on Mahomes that way, and now he can't get off to those reads and go through his progression. So I look at it as that's what makes this team, this is why this is a beatable and winnable game for me with the Niners. If Mahomes had a offensive line that was steadfast, that was going to protect, and you had a better offensive line, I would say I would give the edge to Kansas City then, because then Mahomes would have time to throw the ball downfield and have guys have an opportunity to get open. I don't think he's going to get to go from the first read to second read to third read. He's going to have the first read. Sometimes he'll be able to get to the second. I think the pressure is going to be in Mahomes' face. So that's why I'm giving the edge to the Niners in this game, because I think pressure is going to be adamant, and I think it's going to be consistent, And I don't think you have to compromise the integrity of the secondary by bringing blitzes and bringing extra guys to get pressure on Mahomes.
Well, Mahomes is the standard bearer in the league. 17 touchdowns, 4 picks. He's completing 66%, which is right in line with his career numbers. He's on pace for 48 touchdowns and 11 picks. But, the 49ers defense this year has limited the explosives. The Niners have only given up 52 plays of 10 yards all year. That's the fewest in the NFL coming into this weekend. This is career start number 70 for Mahomes. He's got 168 career touchdown passes. That's the most of any quarterback in the NFL through their first 70 games in the league.
Wow.
Is he the best going, or would you rather have Josh Allen?
You know what? Flip a coin. I think both those guys I wouldn't be disappointed either. I think when you look at Mahomes, when you're talking about just a pocket passer and the things that he could do, I'd give a slight edge to Mahomes, not much, because Josh Allen, this guy, he's a monster. He's big, he's physical, he can hurt you with his legs. He does everything Mahomes does. Mahomes can throw different angles, probably a little bit, launch angles a little bit more. So I would give an edge to Mahomes. And another guy that I'd put in that same conversation that I think is not far off, and I think you got the same in the same sentence, is a kid from Cincinnati, the Bengals. I like what he brings. Joe Burrows, I like what he brings to the game. His ability to get out of pocket, the ability to move. He's cool, collective. So those are the three guys to me, the young guys that I'm saying, man, these guys, flip a coin, because those guys are winners.
Yeah, Mahomes leads the NFL in touchdown passes per pass attempt when under pressure. Well, the Niners are fourth in the NFL at generating pressure on quarterbacks. So you got to generate pressure, but you got to do it with 3 or 4. You got to do it with your base. You can't send extra guys, because if you give him defined looks, he knows exactly where to go with the ball. They got a 3-headed monster in the backfield. It's Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It's the rookie Isaiah Pacheco, who was a day 3 pick, and it's the ex-Niner, Jerick McKinnon. What do you think of the trio? From talking to Kansas City people, none of the people who even cover the Chiefs can tell you what are the roles of the 3 backs. They're literally interchangeable.
They are.
And there's no real rhyme or reason to how Reed utilizes them.
Yeah, it really isn't, but they have 3 capable backs of having big days. When you think about these backs, what they do, I mean, they all can hurt you. So it's going to be interesting, because I think Kansas City understands what the Niners game is, and that's to play good defense in the pass game. I think Kansas City's going to try to establish the run today. I really do, Larry. I think the Kansas City's going to say, look, we're going to run the ball. We're going to try to run the ball. They're beat up. They're going to say San Francisco, they're going to see what the Niners can do up front. They're going to try to run the ball. They're going to try to lean on them, and then they're going to say, look, if we wear them out, then it's going to make the passing game work. And I think Andy Reid and the enemy, that's their whole concept, is like, look, if we lay on these guys, if we can be balanced and run the ball, it's going to pay dividends in the fourth quarter, because now we're going to beat up. If you look at what that's what Atlanta was able to do, run the ball, keep it on them, keep beating them up, and you kind of nullify the pass rush when you're able to run the ball with consistency. So I think Kansas City is going to try to run the ball today.
Kansas City lost Tyreek Hill, but Juju Smith-Schuster has stepped in last week. Juju, 5 for 113 and a touchdown. They also have McCole Hardman, who can run. They have Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They got the rookie Sky Moore. But Tyreek Hill was a true difference maker.
Oh, yeah.
And Juju's interesting, because you got to take the proper angles on him. The other guys, I think you can muscle. I think you can be real physical with Hardman, with Valdez-Scantling, with the rookie Sky Moore, and get them off their game. The big one is Kelsey. Yeah. Kelsey's just a monster. He's 33. He's coming off a 100-yard day against Buffalo. He's on pace for 116 receptions and 20 touchdowns. Travis Kelsey is a problem.
Oh, he's a problem. You can't. You just hope to contain him. You can't stop him. You just hope to contain him. And what you got to do with him is, that's why you got to try to beat him up on the line. He'll throw you around because he's physical, but you got to put guys on him. Put guys over the top. Your bracket covered, so guys beating him up on the line, and then the next guy covers him. So you got to play physical on him, because you hope 1001, 1002 that defensive pressure is going to be on the quarterback. So you're going to take him away. And how you take him away is you jam him, even though he's going to be physical. Got to jam him at the line. Then you got to play over the top. So now he's got to beat 2 men. So I look for that Niners team to say, look, if we can jam jam him and disrupt him. We cannot let Travis Kelce beat us. Anyone with him, I think they can handle Juju. Juju's been playing well, but I think that K's the guy. If the difference maker to me, like you already know, is Travis Kelce, so the Niners got to limit that guy.
Yeah, and you got to remember, Reed is a master in the red zone.
He is.
He's going to give you wrinkles, whether it be wildcat looks, direct snaps, motions.
Yes, motions.
I mean, he's gonna bust out the kitchen sink in the red zone. So you got to be prepared for anything. All right, let's flip the card and talk about the defense for Kansas City. They're led up front by Chris Jones. Jones batted down 3 passes in the lap of Garoppolo in the Super Bowl 54, and it's just. I mean, what can you say? Jones is a beast. I know that Aaron Donald is thought to be the best.
Yeah.
To me, if there's a game plan against Chris Jones, you run it at him.
Yes.
He's got great pursuit ability. He doesn't like to defend the run in his face. You run it at him.
I agree. You run at him because he's a little light and behind, like you said. And you got to try to find guys that's going to cut him. You got to tell offensive line, you guys got to cut this guy down. You got to get his hands down. Go at him. Cut him at his thighs or his knees. Try to get this guy down. Try to get his hands down because he's going to bat down balls. And San Francisco 49ers, you know what they like to do. Kyle Shanahan wants to get the ball out of Jimmy's hand quick. He wants to throw those bubble screens, the middle screens, and throw those quick flares out to the side. So you're going to see defensive ends getting up the field, and they want to jump in the passing lane and knock down passes. How do you notify that? You got to cut them. You got to get their hands down. The ball's got to come out. But you also got to ask Jimmy, man, hey, look, pump fake these guys at times. Get them up in there, and then when they come back down, you got to throw the ball. So at times, I look for Jimmy to do some of that because Chris, he's very good at batting down balls.
Oh my God, he'll take 4 or 5 plays a game, and he'll just ruin your offense on those plays alone. And then you got Frank Clark coming off the edge. Clark's not having the same year as he had in years past. He's lost a little weight. He was playing up around 260. Right. He's closer to 245 right now. He's lost a little bit of that bull rush ability. Every pass rusher knows that you start with your bull rush, and everything's predicated off of that. And he's having a hard time establishing that bull rush. I think that's going to be an interesting one. Can Kansas City get edge pressure? And Jones may line up outside at times as well, and he may stunt from the inside to the outside. But Clark is a guy that's been so difficult for the 49ers, and I know he's regressed, but man, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, he's been tough. He's been a handful for the 49ers. It's going to be interesting just to see, with the emergence of the both tackles, the Niners gotten the both tackles back up today. And it's going to be just interesting. How are they going to play? Are you going to have Trent being able to lay on those guys and impose his will? Because like you said, he's physical, and maul those guys and wear them out. You have to absolutely run at them and then, wear them out on the passing and wear them out on the run game. So it's going to be interesting just what Kyle Shanahan, what is going to be some of the wrinkles and the gadget plays that he's going to come up? Or is he just going to line up and say, let's play big boy football. Let's create a new line of scrimmage. We got our guy back. Let's run at them and see if they can stop us. It's going to be interesting just to see what Kyle Shanahan, what kind of a game plan he comes up with to keep Kansas City off balance. Because they want to try to get after passer. They're not great against the run, especially the last couple weeks. And in the passing game, they can give up a boatload of yards as well. So I just want to see this team be effective, get in a rhythm, and pound the ball, but also be able to throw the ball, be able to be multiversal today.
Niners are getting their tackles back. Trent Williams and Mike McGlinchey both expected to go. And the matchups are with Frank Clark and the rookie out of Purdue, George Karlaftis. The Chiefs are not getting the edge rush that they've gotten in the past. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN had a report this morning that the Rams, the Eagles, and the Chiefs are among teams that have been interested in trading for the Panthers edge rusher, Brian Burns. So with the trade deadline coming up in about a week or so, that's going to be an interesting name. If the Kansas City can add Brian Burns to Frank Clark and Chris Jones up front, now we're talking. Now, the Chiefs also have 2 stacked backers. They're getting one of them back today in Willie Gay, the former Mississippi State star. He had been serving a 4-game suspension. You got Willie Gay and you got Nick Bolton from Missouri. Right. Bolton sawed off maybe 6 feet, but both these guys run like the wind. Gay's sub 4.5. Bolton's a 4.5 guy. They both have great instincts. They fly around.
They do.
Niners are going to try to run the ball. But those two, this combo of Gay and Bolton may be as fast an inside duo as the league's seen. I mean, the Niners have great speed at linebacker, but these two guys for Kansas City absolutely fly.
They do, and that's why you got to lay on these guys. You got to have those ace blocks and those deuce blocks, those guys when they're coming off, when you're buddy blocking, traying up to those guys. You got to put a body on these guys, because if you don't, they'll able to run and get off of that and beat you with speed. So you got to make sure that you're laying on them, and the back's got to do a great job, the running back, and Christian will, of pressing the hole. So when you're playing against a linebacker that can run, that's going to make plays, they can run out of the way or wrong shoulder you and be able to make plays. So it's going to be very, very important for the running backs to step on the tackle's feet, just get right up on them before they make a move, because they know now they can engage on those linebackers. Because if you try to make a move early, these guys are too fast, they're too athletic, and they'll make tackles. So it's going to be very, very imperative that the running backs do a great job of setting up their blocks.
It's going to be an interesting day in the secondary with the Niner receivers going up against the Chiefs DBs. Let's talk about that for a second. Trent McDuffie was drafted out of UW in the first round. He's been hurt all year. There was some thinking that he was going to come off the IR today. He's been on there with the hamstring, but he's not. So he's out. Then you got Rashad Fenton, the former South Carolina corner. He's out as well. Brian Cook, the free safety, he's out. So they're down some bodies in the secondary. They're leaning on Jalen Watson and Joshua Williams. Williams played at Fayetteville last year, so he's got to step up in competition. I think there's room in this game for the 49ers if they can protect Jimmy G up front for the Niner receivers, and that might include Christian McCaffrey, to maybe make some big plays against this Chiefs secondary that's really dinged up.
Without a doubt, because last week, even when the Chiefs are coming off a loss, you saw Buffalo do exactly what you said. They went after these corners. They played a lot physical, and you saw Buffalo expose the cornerbacks and expose the secondary. So look for the Niners to take some of the things that Buffalo did, because it was a great plan to stretch the field, to run, to find those holes, find those zones, because Kansas City's going to sit back and they're going to say, look, guys, we don't know how much man we can play where our secondary is kind of banged up. So look for them to play a lot more cover 8, cover 4. Look for some zones. They're going to try to mix it up, because they are not good enough on the back end to sit there and play a lot of press man and a lot of man-to-man coverage. So I think Kansas City's going to it behooves them to play a lot of 4 and a lot of 2 deep. So look for them to do that. And then if the Niners can impose their will in the running game, now you got to go single high safety and bring 8-9 guys in the box to slow down the run. So it's going to be very, very imperative that you have success running the ball, because now you can't keep the Kansas City's defense can't sit back in zone because of the fact you're having so much success running the ball. So it's going to be interesting, Cal, a great chess match by Cal Shanahan, what he's going to do to really challenge the secondary.
That's a great point. I think the Niners need to play complementary football this week. You got the number 1 scoring offense in town. You want to keep them on the sideline. That means run the ball.
Yeah.
Run the ball, dominate the clock. You throw a little bit of Arthur Smith's Falcon game plan that was thrown at your face last week. You throw a little bit on Kansas City today. I think that's a big game plan for success for the Niners. The other thing, to your point about the secondary, Kansas City's defense is allowing an NFL high 9 touchdowns to opposing wide receivers through this point in the season. So they have shown that they can be had in the secondary, and there's big plays to be had there for sure. Now let's take a look before we go to our keys to the game, because we're going to take it another 20 minutes or so. We're going to go till about 10 minutes, 12 minutes after the hour. Of course, kickoff at 1:25 today here at Levi's. But let's run down some scores, and then we'll talk a little bit about some of the action around the NFL. Bengals entertaining the Falcons, and the Bengals with Joe Burrow are winning 35-17. There is a minute and 16 left to play in the fourth quarter in that game. So the Falcons, who looked very impressive last week, I almost looked at them as a team that you can't blow out.
Right.
But man, Cincinnati is putting one on them today in Cincinnati. That's a little bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, Cincinnati at home. They're trying to get their swag back. They didn't start off well as they wanted to beginning of the season, but now Cincinnati's been playing some complimentary football, starting to get that thing going. So Cincinnati's going to be there at the end of when it's all said and done. They're going to be a team that's going to be in the playoffs. They're going to be a team that's going to compete. But yeah, you looked at Atlanta last week and the way that they played. You expect them to go out there and play a lot more better. You play better than what they have thus far against Cincinnati.
The other games, there's 5 games going on right now. Titans in Nashville beating the Colts 19-10. What a nightmarish run this year for the Colts. Chris Ballard's a great GM.
Wow.
I think Frank Reich's a terrific, head coach. They've got the best guard in football in Quentin Nelson. They got the best back in the game and Johnny Taylor. But they just
inconsistent.
Matt Ryan to me looks so old. He's lost he doesn't have the same arm. He's not nearly the same guy that he was with Shanahan years ago in Atlanta. They tried to catch lightning in a bottle with the quarterback, and they went with the veteran Ryan. I think it's backfired and maybe set them back a couple of years.
It really has, because if you watch the Colts and you talk about what they've been able to do at the quarterback position, prior to that, they brought in Phillip Rivers. They've always said, let me get a stopgap guy. Let me get a guy that we think's a veteran journeyman, that a veteran guy that's had some good years, and let's see if we can just plug a quarterback in and win. And it hasn't paid dividends. They've almost be better if they just start from scratch, get the rookie, get someone good, and groom them, because what they've been able to do the last couple of years with quarterbacks that are past their prime just haven't eluded and haven't turned out good for them.
Yeah. So Titans up 19-10. They're closing in on the 2-minute warning there in Nashville. Shocker in Maryland. The Commanders are knocking off the Green Bay Packers 20-14. I've seen rumors in the last 10 days that Aaron Rodgers is going to call it quits at the end of the year. Not everybody can beat Tom Brady and play to 45. Rodgers in his late 30s. They're leaning, there's a lot of talk that the Packers may trade for Chase Claypool from the Steelers. They're leaning on Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson. They let Devontae go to the Raiders. And man, their offense has regressed significantly this year.
It really has, and it's too bad for A-Rod. Aaron Rodgers has been, the beacon of light for that organization for so many years, and I don't know if he'll call it quit. He's a guy that, you plug and play. You put him in certain places like maybe Miami. You can put this guy in certain places, and I think that you put him in Tennessee with that running game and what they're able to do. I think Aaron Rodgers can go to a lot of places and make that team instant a Super Bowl contender. He was in San Francisco, so when you think about where he's at this point in time in his career, it's not that Aaron Rodgers is necessarily losing it. He just doesn't have the weapons around him, and it's too bad when you see great players like him, don't have the weapons, because it's a tragedy because of the fact that he is such a great talent.
Yeah, no, it's very possible that he's just going to wind up with that one Super Bowl, and that's it.
Yeah, it is.
And by the way, that game is now 23-14 Commanders.
Wow.
We're inside of 7 minutes to play in Maryland in that game between Green Bay and Washington. All right, the New York Giants have the ball, and they're driving against the Jaguars. Jaguars lead the game 17-13. Six and a half minutes to play in the fourth quarter in Jacksonville.
Is that interesting? Because Jacksonville seemed like they started hot, and all of a sudden they went through a little lull there. But, wow, if they're beating the Giants have shown that, hey, they're 5-1. The guys love their head coach. I love the way that he coaches. I love his atmosphere. Brian Gable. Love his atmosphere. I love just the bravado, everything about him. He's big, he's tough, and guys play hard for him. So it's interesting that they're trailing that game.
And then a game that I wagered on, Browns-Ravens. I took the Ravens on the tease, and luckily I teased it because it's 23-20 Ravens lead, and I think the spread on the tease was Ravens +1, so I don't even have to win. I can just lose by 1. Yeah. But Ravens up a field goal now, and they have the ball inside of about a minute to play. So it looks like Baltimore may go on and win that game. But that's why you never. When you see division matchups, you got to put it in a totally separate category.
Sure.
Why is that the case? These teams always play each other tough.
Because you're so familiar with each other. You play each other twice a year. It's that good, bad blessing. You're like, okay, I'm going to get them next time. So when you're in a division, you just never know. They play each other so tough. A guy on paper looks like this team should be, the Ravens should blow them out, but all of a sudden now you got a ball game. And it's just interesting watching the Ravens play this year. There's not a game that they probably shouldn't have won, and they always get usually a lead, and they just can't hold it. They can't sustain it. Their defense hasn't been well. They were beating the Miami by double digits, and they lose that game. You watch the way that they've been able to, they played this year, but in the second half, or for whatever reason, they just can't seem to hold, sustain.
Yeah, no, very weird. Baltimore committed to the run in this game, 44 runs, but only 3.5 yards a carry. Cleveland's running it for almost 5 yards a carry. scary, but they're still losing the game 23-20 with 24 seconds left. Baltimore looks like they're going to win. They're up 3 with the ball. So that's the games going on in the morning. And then the afternoon games, of course, this is the best game of the day for sure, 49ers and Chiefs. And then there's Jets-Broncos. Broncos are going without Russell Wilson. It's ripping at quarterback for the Broncos. I think the Jets with Robert Saleh look terrific. How about Sauce Gardner?
Man, can you watch these Jets? Isn't it crazy how they
Quinnen, big Q.
I mean, the way that they're playing now, that defense is getting after it. Saleh's got him dialed up. He's starting to get more animated because you know what? It's interesting when they're winning. When he's starting to fill his team, you just see that team starting to charge. The Jets are making some good moves, and this is an up and coming team, no question.
Raiders today get the Texans in Vegas, and I think Josh Jacobs looks terrific. Just watching the way Jacobs is running the rock. The Raiders got to get a win. They're 1-4 and off to a terrible start. Seahawks in Southern Cal against the Chargers. Kind of a weird. Watching the Chargers play at home is the weirdest thing. Every team that rolls in has more fans than they do in their stadium.
It really is.
I mean, what's that like for a player?
It's horrible. I remember being in San Diego at the time when the San Diego Chargers and playing the Raiders, and it'd be more Raider fans there. We'd be playing against Cowboys or playing against the Steelers.
What do you make of the fan base, Lo? Because it's like when they left San Diego, it's like the people of LA said, we don't love you. And the people of San Diego said, we don't love you anymore either.
That's exactly right. A lot of San Diego fans have said, I'm done because they left. Yeah, it's really weird watching games. You're right. And when they're playing at home, they're really not the home team. So it's got to be tough. It's tough. And so they're trying to create a culture there. And I know the Chargers are trying to create a culture there, but it's got to be tough because I didn't like it.
Yeah, Steelers-Dolphins go tonight in Miami. That should be interesting. And then a couple finals. Bengals are now a final, 35-17. They beat the Falcons. Titans are a final. They beat the Colts 19-10. Cowboys, this game was a lot closer than this score. It was 24-6 the final, but the Lions hung around against Dallas.
Yeah,
I'll give the head coach for the Lions, some credit. I mean, his teams play hard. They don't have great talent, but they play hard.
Yeah, they do. They do.
I don't know what else you can say. I mean, I'm not sure he's the greatest head coach, but he had me fired up in Hard Knocks.
Right, absolutely. You see them? They are.
I don't care if you got one butt cheek and 3 fingers. I'm going to kick your ass. That was his line. That's a great line.
Oh my God, you got to love it.
Yeah, he's incredible. And then how about the shocker of the day? Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Bucks go to Carolina. They just trade Christian McCaffrey. They just fired their head coach. They're in a full-fledged rebuild. They slapped around the Bucks and they beat Tampa Bay 21-3.
It's wow.
That's not good for my fantasy team. I got Tom Brady.
No, it's just it's tough watching Tampa. They're a tough watch right now. Offensively, they can't get anything going. Defensively, they've both been known for their defense. They're not playing great defense. They're not necessarily running the ball well.
Today, they can't run it at all. Brady threw it 49 times. The Tampa's leading rusher was the rookie Rashad White at ASU. He had 6 carries for 24 yards.
Wow.
What's happened to Tampa's balance offensively?
They have none, and the offensive line has, Brady's getting hit more than I've seen him this year get hit in a long time. They can't protect. It's just, they're a tough watch.
And by the way, that was P.J. Walker who beat Tom Brady today. P.J. Walker, 16 of 22, 177 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then, of course, Thursday night, Cardinals beat the Saints 42-34. And I was talking before, I don't know, you didn't see that game, but Kyler just screaming at the top of his lungs at Cliff Kingsbury. Is that a healthy situation do you look at that as like, hey, boys will be boys and it's a volatile game, emotional game played by emotional people, and this is just stuff that happens on the sideline? Or is it irregular to see an NFL quarterback just lighting up his head coach? Because if you saw it, Kyler was just jawing violently at Cliff Kingsbury, whatever was going on there Thursday night. Those two guys do not see it eye to eye. And I think Kyler's got to feel somewhat betrayed by the whole contract thing going public. And I don't know, but to me, it's just like, yeah, they got DeAndre Hopkins. Yeah, they got a lot of talent. But I kind of put just a line through the Cardinals because of the dysfunction in that organization.
Yeah, and it's tough when you're trigger man, your quarterback, when you see them yell and stuff with the coach. It's just not a good look. It's not a good look for your team, especially the quarterback, because it's a quarterback-driven league. And you watch Kyler Murray, you watch the inconsistency. I mean, the guy is a talent, but when you put it in contract that you have to be on time and about how much film you're watching and all those things that win the contract, what does that tell you about the guy? That you have to put that in there because you don't believe that the person is going to show up to practice. You don't believe that they're going to watch enough film that you have to put that in his contract. It just goes to organization, goes to show you easy. The organization doesn't hold you accountable because football is something that's a privilege and it's an honor to play. So when you're in that situation, you both want to go study as a quarterback because the quarterback has to get everyone else lined up. So when you're not putting in that time and they have to put in that contract, I think that was doomed from the beginning, brother.
I mean, if Nahagian calls us and says, hey, we have it in you and Lowe's contract that you guys have to watch the 49er game, I'm going to say that's kind of a bad sign.
Isn't that a bad sign? If we're not watching the 40, sign. Yes, if we didn't watch the game last week or start watching the Niners, you're like, dude, if you got to tell us that, I mean, it's a horrible sign. So, and that's your franchise? That is the face of your franchise?
That's the guy who's supposedly the tone setter. So, Arizona, I put a line through Arizona. And then to wrap up week 7, Bears-Pats on Monday night. Pats are a touchdown and a half favorite. I like what I'm seeing from New England's offensive line and run game.
Me too.
They got the big back Ramondre Stevenson. They use the fullback. They brought in that kid Strange from Tennessee Chattanooga at guard. They're running the ball. I mean, and they're committing to the run. Stevenson is a physical back for sure. Kind of guy that you would have loved to block for. And they're doing it with Bailey Zappi. Who knows? They may have a quarterback battle there between Bailey Zappi and Mac Jones.
What's going on with Zappi? Zappi's playing. He's consistent.
He's smart. He's accurate.
He's very, very accurate. He gets rid of the ball. He doesn't take a lot of sacks. He's a smart guy.
He doesn't look like a rookie.
No, he doesn't. I like Zappi, man. I like him.
I do too. I really like Zappi.
When you watch Zappi and just the way that he goes through his progressions, and you're watching how they just set him up with the run game, so they're able to run the ball and do play action. I love what they're doing.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app.
There we go, baby. There we go.
And as Damon Bruce would say, welcome to your 1 o'clock hour. Welcome to your 1 o'clock hour, everybody. We're going to take it for another few minutes, and let's get into the keys to victory for the 49ers. We've talked about, week 7 in the league. We talked a lot with JD. We talked a lot about McCaffrey. Got into some of the alums on Alumni Weekend, and really, I love, talking to some of the ex-Niner players. I mean, it's great. I mean, some of these guys, when I see guys who played this game, it's like invariably they're walking around with a limp. You notice that? No, it's like almost everybody carries something from the game. When you get up in the morning, or when the weather changes from hot to cold or cold to hot, where do you feel your NFL career?
Yeah, my neck. Just getting up in the morning, sometimes the neck, the range of motion, like, let me warm this thing up. It's like, let me shoot some grease or some oil and lube it up. The neck, you feel it in the ankles, my hands, just the hands, especially when it's cold.
How many surgeries did you have in your career?
I've been, knock on wood, only had like 3 surgeries in my career.
What were they? Do you remember?
The ankle. I tore the deltoid ligament, so they went back into the ankle and they stitched the ligament back to the bone. I did that, and they put a plate in my ankle. That was the one surgery. And then I broke my leg again when I was same leg but up higher in Tennessee when I was playing with the Chargers against Tennessee. So broke my leg twice and had 2 surgeries. So only 2 surgeries, and then I had a hernia surgery, several years back, an old football injury. So had
no shoulders, huh?
No shoulders.
Seriously, man.
I did.
I would have thought the way you would block people that you'd have some shoulder issues.
I did a lot of traps, a lot of neck injury. I mean, I've done so much of the necks and traps. So I've had some shoulder injuries, but no, AC joints separate and all that stuff. But I just let it heal, man. Throw some Band-Aids on, a little ice ice and hot water and heat it up and let's go, baby. Let's go.
You going with the Ben Gay on?
Absolutely.
Oh, what are these guys? The guys put the icy hot, right?
Or Tiger Bomb, or freaking. Sometimes you do the the horse.
Jerry doing the Tiger Bomb commercials.
We did it. We did everything, but so you have those injuries. So yeah, I still feel them, man. But I tell you, I wouldn't trade it for anything because just the fun, man. Look at the fans out here, out here tailgating, and we're here hanging out and watching people party. It's just something about football, Larry. You and I, you've been around it. You were a scout. You played. You've been around it. You've seen so many things, man. What can we do? We're grown men. We get to talk about a sport with passion that we love, and we're getting ready to head over to the stadium and watch a great football game. Kansas City Chiefs and the 49ers.
And by the way, we're looking out over the tailgate. To me, the tailgate is what it's all about.
The experience, absolutely.
During the Ram game, we were walking through through the parking lot, talking to the tailgaters.
Yeah.
Did a shot of Patron. Krug, we're taking pictures. We're high fiving.
Right.
These are my people, man.
Okay.
These are my peeps. All right, give me your key to victory. What is the key to victory in our final 5 minutes here before we hand the reins over and head on in for a little 49er Chief action?
Yeah, 49ers going to have to come out and establish the running game, and they're going to have to be stout against the run. If you're going to play the 49ers, the San Francisco 49ers, they didn't do a great job last week of running the ball. They have to commit to running the ball, and they got to run it with efficiency, and they got to make sure that they got to come out smoking. I think you got to have a fast start. I think the key to the game defensively, you got to come out and you got to shut down the run. Because I'm telling you right now, the Kansas City Chief is going to try to establish. If you watch that last game, scouting, you've been scouting, you know what Kansas City's doing. They watched that last game and they said, look, guys, you can run on. If we play physical, that's how we're going to stay ahead on the sticks. The San Francisco 49ers can't afford to let the Kansas City get off running the ball. They have to shut down the run.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking of that I was almost taking that as a given. But you know what? You're totally right. If the Niners don't stop Kansas City's run, they have no shot.
I agree.
Today, they have to take away that run game. I think the other thing I would do if I were the 49ers, the Kansas City's allowed 280 rushing yards the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Run the ball, and play ball control, and keep the ball out of Mahomes' hands and out of Kelsey's hands and away from Andy Reid and make their defense log serious time on the field. And then I think you can pick on Andrew Wiley, number 77, and even Orlando Brown, number 57, the two tackles. Brown's on the left side, Wiley's on the right side. Their tackles rank in the top 15 in the most pressures allowed. So I'd like to see the 49ers
get after.
Not only that, coordinated stunt games up front, edge pressure off, coming on third downs, 5-man rushes, 6-man rushes, all kinds of coordinated stunts. I want to see bodies moving, guys twisting, turning, stunts. I want these offensive linemen have to have their head on a swivel, and I want to make sure that Orlando Brown and Andrew Wiley don't know at the snap exactly what their assignment is. Create some indecision among those chief offensive tackles, and I think you'll get them to false start.
Yep.
I think you'll get them, they'll make some mistakes. There may be a busted play. That busted play could be a turnover, but ball control, put pressure on their tackles, double Chris Jones, and what you said, don't let Chris Jones bat down 5 passes.
Right.
You have to. Now, what is the technique on that? Because how do you cut a guy down? Because a guy, it's about getting his arms up. So you hit him in his solar plexus, suddenly those arms come down. But there's got to be more to it than that, because this guy is reading the quarterback's eyes. He knows when to get in the passing lanes. It's like, hey, the first thing is sack the quarterback. The second thing is get in the passing lane and bat something down. You got to prevent him from doing both today.
You do, and how do you do it when you're on your block and you feel him get light? You got to drive him. When he's in there, you cut him. When he's in there, you try to make sure, or at the line of scrimmage, if it's 3-step drop, then you got to fire out and make sure that he puts his hands down to protect his legs. Defensive linemen don't like their legs cut. They don't want to be cut, so they're going to put their hands to try to get you down. So they're going to use their hands. So if you do that, you can keep him from jumping up and batting down balls. Also with the Mike linebacker, you want to play some some games because you know that if you're talking about these tackles, Kansas City tackles aren't as good. So what the line's going to do, the running back, he wants to chip, he wants to help. He's going to try to help these tackles. But by bringing a linebacker at times, now the running back has to block. He has to block the linebacker. So you're going to create those one-on-one. So now the running back can't chip some of the defensive ends. So totally mix it up defensively. But yeah, when you're talking about Chris Jones, guys got to fire out and cut that guy down. And then when he's trying to jump, you got to hit him when he's up in the air and try to get his hands down.
I think if you're Kyle Shanahan, also you use the speed and pursuit ability of Nick Bolton and Willie Gay against them. They're so fast. Set those guys up. Make them the conflict defender. See if they'll take 3 or 4 steps in the wrong direction. If a guy runs sub 4.5 and you can get him to take 3 or 4 false steps, he's out of the play altogether. So pick on those backers in space. Block Chris Jones. Double combo block Chris Jones if you have to. And I think the other thing, 49ers have had 2 losses this year where they were -3 in turnovers. They cannot be -1, 2, or 3 today and win. They have to be even or plus, or they're not going to win this game. So taking care of the football is absolutely huge.
Oh, it's going to be paramount. You got to take care of the ball. You can't play basketball on the grass and win if you think you're going to play against the Kansas City Chiefs. What do you think for McCaffrey? Do you think he's getting 15 totes today? How many times did he touch the ball in your opinion?
I would say 15 touches and a good 10 of them in the red zone.
Yeah, how many catches you think he?
I want to throw him at least a half dozen balls. I want to use him more as a receiver than I do as a runner. I think they got other guys that can run it with. I'd like to see him used as a receiver. Man, that was a fast 2 hours and 15 minutes, man.
I can't wait to go to the ballpark, man. Go check it out.
Hey, that does it for us. Thanks to everybody at 95.7 The Game, Matt Nahagi and Tim Jordan, who's with us here at the Hilton. Make sure you stop by the Santa Clara Hilton. We got the free tailgate party each and every home game. Thanks to Harris Ranch Beef and Jim Beam, our proud sponsors. Thanks to Chris and Cameron. And, of course, special thanks to JD for stopping by. Great stuff, Lo. We'll see you against the Rams next week.
I'm going to see you at the stadium, brother.
There we go.
Cheers, guys.
Go Niners. Hope you enjoyed the pregame show. Have a great rest of your day listening to 95.7 The Game.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah!
He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk. The facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code FSR.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
Shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk. The facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Harris Ranch, we do beef.
$1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nugget, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
With Mike Harmon, weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio. Fox Sports Radio. Here we go. So how do you like it? The question is this. You like it like this?
I'm strictly talking basketball.
Or like this?
Baseball tends to be, of all our sports, very much steeped in tradition.
And what about this?
Basically, the NFL has found ways to make money off of everything.
Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered. It's sports the way you like it on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Steve Harvey, Rich Ohrberger. Welcome back. Fox Sports Red Zone Radio live from the TireRack.com studios. The Green Bay Packers are trying to pull a miracle right now. They got lateral city going on. That's a forward pass.
Yeah,
that was
over.
Unbelievable. How many laterals? They got off. All right, so what happened was they had 23 seconds in the ball. They threw a pass. They had no timeouts. They got a first down, but the clock was running. They spiked the ball with 5 seconds to go. Instead of going for the Hail Mary, They threw a ball down the middle. Of course, there was no defense because they're all back at the goal line. And they probably got off about 6 or 7 legitimate laterals before, of all people, Aaron Rodgers got the ball back and misfired. And that ends the game. So the Packers lose 23-21 to the Washington Commanders. Another shocking loss as Taylor Heineke is being congratulated by Aaron Rodgers. When's the last time the Packers had a 3-game losing streak?
It's been a while, man. It's been a long time. The Packers have been one of those dominant forces in the league for a long time. And it's really been because Aaron Rodgers, regardless of who he's been working with, he's found a way to win. But I think we're starting to realize that without a receiver like a Devontae Adams, without a threat who can get open against one-on-one coverage consistently, I mean, it's really been a struggle for Aaron. And listen, this is Green Bay's problem. This is what Aaron Rodgers has been complaining about for years, frankly, is the fact that he didn't believe that they've made enough of a commitment on the offensive side of the ball to get him the help that he needs to sustain success.
Yeah, but he never left. I mean, so all the ideas that, if I don't get what I want, I'm leaving. He took the money. And he got a huge payday from the Green Bay Packers. Yeah. So he's not going anywhere. By the way, welcome to the Fox Sports Radio tailgate presented by the Big Green Egg. Nothing beats the flavor of live fire cooking on a Big Green Egg. It's the most versatile grill you'll ever own, backed by a lifetime warranty. Roll with the best. Shop online for free delivery at BigGreenEgg.com. Lifetime warranty, free home delivery, BigGreenEgg.com. We still have one morning game going on, and that is the Jacksonville Giants game. So getting back to where we were before, they were reviewing a play on whether Saquon Barkley got out of bounds. They ruled that he did get out of bounds, which moved the clock back, meaning that the Jags had the ball. The Giants did get the field goal to take the lead 23-17. So the Jaguars took over with 1 minute and 4 seconds to go. Now we're down to 28 seconds left. The Jags are still in their own territory. There was a Giants interception that was called back by penalty. The Jags have no timeouts left, so they have a 3rd and 15 right now, and they're at their own 40-yard line, down 6. So obviously they need a touchdown. Still got a long ways to go, but it's going to be interesting to see here Doug Peterson on exactly what his game plan is going to be because, well, first right now they got to concern themselves with trying to get a first down, 3rd and 15 from their own 40-yard line. Yeah, it's been an odd drive for Jacksonville, but after a 5-yard penalty, false start, it walked them back to 2nd and 15, and it brings them to this timeout by the Giants with just 20-plus seconds left on the clock in the game. Still on the Jacksonville side of the field, a lot of work to be done if they're going to win this football game for the Jaguars. But I will say this about the Jaguars start, even if they fall to 2-5 on the season, we're not having the conversation at midseason that we were last year with Jacksonville. It was a complete disaster by this point for Urban Meyer and the Jaguars. And everything's calmed down. They tried a trick play here, and this one could have worked. So they did a lateral pass. Yep. But the return pass was dropped by Etienne, and I believe Lawrence had gone down the field. He's holding his hand on his helmet. I think they had a pretty well-designed play that might have worked, but the incomplete pass. So now they have a 4th and 15, 22 seconds left. This is going to be it for the Jaguars right now. And so they had Peterson, he loves trick plays.
Listen, and also that's something that Etienne and Lawrence did at Clemson together.
Yes.
That was in the playbook, and so the double pass fails, and it looks like it will be Giants ball game. I know, but still on their side of the field.
One more play.
A lot of work to be done here with whatever it's 40 or 22 seconds left on the clock on fourth down.
So 4 games underway right now. Jets at Broncos, Texans at Raiders, Seahawks at Chargers, Chiefs at 49ers. Only one score in those games so far. The Raiders got an early field goal, so 3-0 Raiders lead the Texans in that game. All right, so let's keep it right here. We got Jacksonville down 6. We got 22 seconds left. They have a 4th and 15 from their own 40-yard line. Trevor Lawrence is back to pass, throws down the middle, and it is caught. Wow. Unbelievable pass and catch, but they have no timeouts left.
You got to rush and clock it.
10, 9. The clock is running. There's a flag on the play. There's been a flag on the play for what? What would the flag be at this point? Yeah, clock stops with the flag with 10 seconds left, but I'm trying to figure. There was no. The Chargers had just intercepted a pass on the Seahawks. Geno Smith, of course, coming into this game is one of the highest-rated quarterbacks in the league, but an early interception thrown against the Chargers. Trying to figure out what this penalty was. It helps the Jags because it stopped the clock. All right, so 10 seconds remaining.
It must have been after the catch, maybe a personal foul or something like that if they're going to stop the clock at 10 seconds.
Hold on a second here. Right now, Dable's going wild on the Giants sideline.
Oh, wow.
So they move there's a penalty, and they move the clock back to 16 seconds. So not only did the Jags make a big play, they get extra time on the clock, and the clock is stopped. So they are all the way down to the 18-yard line. There was a personal foul on the Giants.
There you go.
Wow. All right, Lawrence is looking to the end zone. Oh. Okay, so he's going to have several shots here. We got 12 seconds left. That was close. So this game is far from over. So apparently roughing the passer on the Giants along with the big completion stopped the clock. And now the Jags are at the 18-yard line of the Giants, down 6, and they have 12 seconds to play. So at the very least here, Rich, they should get at least a couple more shots in the end zone.
Well, and this goes back to that Saquon Barkley play. You know, a week ago against the Ravens, you saw him get all the way to the goal line and slide and down the football so that they could tick the extra seconds off the clock.
Another incomplete pass overthrown by Jacksonville. So 7 seconds left. I think he gets 2 more shots here.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely does. He absolutely does. And you could actually get closer to that end zone if you want. You could throw a sideline pass here, have one of your receivers step out of bounds, and still have about 3 seconds, 2 seconds left on the clock to have a closer look at the end zone.
So they have no timeouts. There's 7 seconds to go. Again, the Giants lead at 23-17. It is 3rd down and 10. They're at the Jacksonville 17-yard line, and it's an empty backfield. Lawrence looking over the middle, throws, and it's caught, but short of the end zone, and that's going to run out the clock. That is the end of the game. Did not get in the end zone, came up a yard short, and the Giants again find a way to win. They survive and defeat Jacksonville 23-17. So they took a shot in the middle of the field, hoping to get into the end zone. Ball was caught right at the 1-yard line, but 3 Giants defenders said no.
Wow.
You are not getting in the end zone. Did not come close, and that is it. The Giants are now 6-1 on the season. Wow.
Daniel Jones finishes the day with 19 of 30 passing, over 200 yards, 202 on the day. Touchdown pass out there to Darius Slayton earlier in the action.
Wow.
He also was close to being the leading rusher on the day. Saquon Barkley overtook him on the last drive. He was 11 rushes for 107 yards was Daniel Jones, plus the 1-yard rush on the QB sneak. Saquon Barkley, 24 carries for 110. This Giants offense did just enough to win this game. And Trevor Lawrence, no slouch of a performance over there. 22 of 43, 310 yards through the air, but not a touchdown pass thrown during this one. Most of the work done on the game with done on the ground in the game with Travis Etienne leading the way, rushing 14 rushes, 114 yards, and the touchdown. So, yeah, 23-17, the New York Giants you would argue should be at the top of the NFC East if it weren't for the undefeated Philadelphia Eagles, who are on their bye week this week. Just a shocking performance from both of these NFC East teams so far this season.
Charlotte's Web is the world's most trusted hemp extract, founded to serve wellness seekers looking for safe, clean, and natural options. It's the #1 CBD brand on the market. Go to charlottesweb.com. Use the promo code SPORTS15 for 15% off your order. That's charlottesweb.com. Not available in Idaho or South Dakota. Better late than never. Let's find out what's trending right now. As Monse, finally the morning games have ended.
They have ended, but Breece Hall just scored for the Jets. A 62-yard touchdown for the Jets, so they're up on the Broncos. Extra point good, 7-0 halfway through the first quarter. No bueno for me because I'm playing against Breece Hall. Anywho, the Raiders are up on the Texans 3-0 thanks to Daniel Carson hitting a 50-yard field goal to put them up early. Less than 3 minutes to go in the first quarter of that one. The Seahawks and the Chargers early in the first quarter are scoreless, and the Niners just got on the scoreboard first over the Chiefs with the field goal 3-0 early in the first quarter. Some of the games that have already ended, like the Panthers, who held Tom Brady and the Buccaneers to just a field goal, beating them 21-3. Tom Brady completed 32 of 49 passes for 290 yards, no touchdowns. Dak Prescott led the Cowboys to a victory over the Lions in his first game back since injuring his thumb. Final score was Cowboys 24, Lions 6. The Bengals came out hot and handled the Falcons 35-17. Joe Burrow 34 of 42 for 481 yards and 3 touchdowns in the air. He also had 1 rushing touchdown. The Titans outscored the Colts 19-10. Derrick Henry had 30 carries for 128 yards. We had the Browns, who had a chance to tie the game but missed a field goal late in the fourth quarter, and the Ravens held on to win 23-20. The Commanders managed to outscore the Packers 21-23, which, by the way, because he played 60% of the snaps and because Washington won, quarterback Taylor Heineke earned $125,000 incentive in today's game. What a nice payday. Good for you, Taylor Heineke. You guys were just talking about the Giants. Yeah, they held on to beat the Jaguars 23-17. Let's move on to baseball. The Phillies are trying to eliminate the Padres in Game 5 of the NLCS. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Phillies are leading the Padres 2-1. Rhys Hoskins hit a 2-run homer in the 3rd inning, but then Juan Soto hit a solo home run for the Padres in the 4th inning. So the Phillies are up by just 1 run. And we got one NBA game going on. The Blazers are playing the Lakers. And with less than 3 minutes to go in the first half, the Blazers have an early lead, 46-43 on the Lakers. Whew, a lot going on. Back to you guys.
Always a busy Sunday, Muncie, and you are all over it, despite the fact that your body temperature is
non-frozen.
Yeah,
I am.
She is literally on a sheet of ice right now.
Yeah, but you know when you're so cold you start to sweat?
Yeah.
That's where my hands are. Just so you know.
All right. We'll thaw her out later. But that's it. Very good. All right. So keep an eye on some of these games. One of the big questions for the 49ers is how much would they use Christian McCaffrey today, Rich? And early on, how about 2 carries for 19 yards? That's 9.5 yards a carry.
Yeah.
So some people thought, it might be a little while. I'm like, no. We have Christian McCaffrey. We gave up a lot of stock capital as far as draft capital is concerned. He is going to be used today. So 2 carries, 19 yards on that opening drive, leading to a 49ers score. And now we see what the Kansas City Chiefs can do today.
Yeah, and McCaffrey on back-to-back handoffs, by the way, had those explosive runs. He went up the middle for 10 yards.
Hold on. We got an interception for Patrick Mahomes that just thrown a pick. Just like that. So Mahomes throws a pick, and the 49ers have the ball once again.
Yeah, well, this 49ers defense is really the story of this game. What can they do to neutralize this Kansas City Chiefs offense that's really started to come into their own this season? KC, obviously, they can do a lot of damage very quickly, so the game's not over by a long shot. But, yeah, great first action from the 49ers, getting 3 points on the board on the road, and then following it up with the sudden change, picking off Patrick Mahomes.
This game is in San Francisco.
Oh, sorry. I thought, you're absolutely right. I apologize.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny when you see 2 teams in red?
Yeah. So,
it's at Levi's today. That's absolutely right.
Meanwhile, let's hear the Jets getting on the board.
Takes the snap, toss sweep to the left. All with blockers in front. Has a crease to the 45, to the 50, left sideline 40, down the sideline 30. He's gone! 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Breece Hall, house call. The Jets take the lead.
Right there, that's the Jets Radio Network. Where did Breece Hall go to school, Iowa, Sam?
Breece Lightning!
Yeah.
I think he went to State University of Iowa in Ames.
Yeah, he was a Cyclone and 2-time All-American there. 62-yard touchdown run. You heard it there on Jets Radio Network. So the Jets coming in this game 4-2. And by the way, on the road against the Denver Broncos, the Jets are undefeated, 3-0 on the road this year.
Yeah. I will say this about the Jets. And, well, actually, I'll say this about Breece Hall. What a find. What an absolute gem out of Iowa State for the Jets, because so far this season, I mean, he's averaging over 5 yards a carry. He's got 3 touchdown rushes on the year. He has been fantastic for this offense. And don't sleep on Zach Wilson, because since he's come back from injury, he's had success too. This team, look, again, both these New York teams, it sort of feels like too early to call, but both of them having a tremendous amount of success, and nobody saw this coming. Maybe you could have made the argument for Daniel Jones working with Brian Daboll, but I don't think anybody would have had the Jets playing this well this deep into the season.
I remember they had Joe Flacco in there for several games. Zach Wilson is back now, and they even won with Joe Flacco at quarterback. Meanwhile, Deebo Samuel just made a phenomenal catch that now has the 49ers inside the 10-yard line of the Chiefs, already leading this game 3-0 after the interception. They're driving once again. McCaffrey, interesting to see him in a 49ers uniform, number 23. And a guy like Kyle Shanahan has just got to be breathless with a tool like this. Remember that McCaffrey's had injuries the last couple of years, but he's had at least 100 yards from scrimmage the last 4 games he played for the Panthers. So he's been healthy, he's been productive, and now he's in an offense that should be able to utilize all of his talents. We got a pass in the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. Wait. There's a flag on the play.
Oh, boy. Yeah, so as they're walking that one back,
flag on the play. McLeod right there with the catch. However, there is a flag on the play. So we'll see what the call is. But the 49ers right now leading Kansas City 3-0. This, of course, a rematch of the Super Bowl from a couple of years ago, in which Patrick Mahomes, we have roughing the passer on the Chiefs. So that is going to be a touchdown for the 49ers.
Ray McLeod III gets in after the field goal on the last drive, so they now lead 10-0 in San Francisco over the Kansas City Chiefs. But to your point about this offense with Kyle Shanahan calling it, Jimmy Garoppolo, obviously a capable quarterback, has led this team twice over the last 4 years to the NFC Championship game, won one of those, and now they are loaded for bear. Christian McCaffrey at running back, Deebo Samuel, who can obviously be used at running back or wide receiver. Same can be said for McCaffrey, by the way. Ayuk coming off of his best game of his career so far. You look at George Kittle at tight end. You look at Kyle Juszczyk at fullback for this offense. They have more offensive weapons, I'd argue, than any other team in football, and it's a wide-open NFC. Shoot, it's a wide-open NFC West. I think the 49ers are the favorite to win that division right now as it stands, and an early lead over Kansas City. This game has playoffs written all over it. I mean, this could potentially, at some point later on, maybe in February, be a matchup that we're seeing again.
By the way, quick note on this Chargers-Seahawks game. The Chargers got the ball after an interception at the Seattle 41-yard line. They had a 4th and 1 at the Seattle 32, and they went for it. No gain. Turned the ball over on downs. Brandon Staley's amazing. He'll go for it. He doesn't care. But recently, their success on 4th down has not been working in the Chargers' favor. All right, we continue on. 4 games going on right now in the NFL. This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
It's the NBA.
Is that what you're looking for?
Oh, yeah.
That was just silly. Right in his grill.
We got it on lockdown from the plays.
Step back 3 on the left side. Ow!
To the breakdowns.
This is just LeBron's own insecurity.
The NBA.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires? Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of Sumitomo tires, test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall, well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You know, socially, we're kicking ass.
Social media.
From the videos of our talent on YouTube,
if you want to know what we look like, you get the opportunity.
Just search Fox Sports Radio. To the clips you hear on Twitter.
Let me click on your name.
At Fox Sports Radio.
And bingo!
It's that easy.
We're dominating the social landscape. Hitting the trending topics you need.
Right here.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Message sent.
FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Test.
1. This is
Fox Red Zone Radio. And we've got the plays that you may have missed.
Jimmy back out of the gun. Jimmy steps up in the pocket. Jimmy chased out. Now will throw for the end zone. Ray McLeod makes the catch. Touchdown! San Francisco.
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
That is KMBR, 49ers Radio Network. So just like that, the 49ers have jumped off to a 10-0 lead over the Kansas City Chiefs. Welcome back. Fox Sports Red Zone Radio live from the TireRack.com studios. And by the way, the Breeders' Cup World Championships are coming to iconic Keeneland November 4th and 5th. Don't miss the world's best thoroughbreds race for their share of $31 million in purses and awards. Visit BreedersCup.com to watch all the action live on November 4th and 5th. Want to thank the crew today. Iowa Sam, still reeling from their 54-10 beatdown yesterday by Ohio State.
Yeah, I am. That was the most points they gave up since like 95, I think I read.
Dude, prior to that game, real quick stat. The Iowa Hawkeyes were only allowing less than 10 points per game on the season.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens.
Yeah, but they're also only scoring 14 points a game, and they scored below that. So, yeah, they don't have the firepower to keep up with a school
the
like
defense
Ohio
is going to
State.
fold if you just continue to stay on the field the whole game. So.
Yes, but that single wing offense really looks good. It's
a single wing would be more fruitful at this point.
Monse Bolaños doing a phenomenal job today, despite the fact that her body temperature is at 62
but I
degrees
survived.
right now.
We're good.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been a teeth chattering morning and early afternoon for Monse.
Yes.
Thank you for surviving the elements, Monse.
Yeah, I see.
We're going to need you for next week. So just
I do what I can. Mamba mentality at all times.
I saw K-Fig walk in. Did you warn K-Fig about the temperatures over there? Did you tell K-Fig about them? Yeah. Does he know?
Yeah, we're worried about you both.
Yeah,
Tell Figures. I did tell Kevin Figures. I sent him a text and I was like, please bring a jacket because you will freeze.
All right, so K-Fig is ready.
She's a great teammate. She's a great teammate.
And then we had the good grace to see Lee DeLapp watch his Packers go down to defeat today. But to see Lee in the daylight is quite remarkable, Lee.
Just like old times. Yeah, it was good to be back. Would have been a lot nicer with a Packers win.
Yeah, that was a tough one today. It's unbelievable when you think about today's games because the two biggest stories going into the week were Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady not happy. And both of them off to their poorest starts of their career, 6 starts into a season. And they were both facing teams on the road that had backup quarterbacks. So you figured, all right, timing is good for both of these guys to get back on the winning track. And they both walk away with losses.
Well, I'll argue that I think the biggest story heading into the weekend was how much we were going to see Christian McCaffrey after the blockbuster trade, sending 4 picks to Carolina. And so far, we've seen him carry the football twice for 19 yards, 1 10-yard rush, 1 9-yard rush. The San Francisco 49ers hosting the Chiefs, already up 10-0. And so, look, the 49ers, since adding McCaffrey in trade, they've scored on every single offensive series, Steve. So, it's going well so far.
Going well for the Seahawks. They have scored first, 7-0, taking the lead over the Chargers. This again after the Chargers failed on a 4th down play to get the first down. And Geno Smith, who's played well, threw an interception early in this game, 20-yard touchdown pass to Marquise Goodwin. So the Seahawks, a team that, including yours truly, predicted would be the worst team in the NFL this year, are not. They're 3-3. They played respectable football and, trying to jump on the Chargers. Again, the Chargers at home, that hasn't meant a lot to the Chargers. We talk about this Charger team. The record looks good, right? They're 4-2. They've won 3 consecutive games. But even as we were walking out of the game on Monday night, my son Garrett, who's a diehard Chargers fan, goes, why does it feel like we didn't win that game?
Yeah, well, because they barely did. Here's the thing. The Seahawks aren't a 3-3 football team. They're better than that. And the Chargers aren't a 4-2 football team. They're worse than that. And I understand that in football, ultimately what matters is your record. But the Chargers better be careful because they're going to get found out eventually. They're going to start running into more of the buzzsaw of this season schedule coming up They got to face the Niners on the road in 2 weeks. They got to go and face the Chiefs again at home. They got the Cardinals on the road. They got the Raiders on the road. And that brings you to early December. I mean, we should have a really good bearing on who the Chargers are through Thanksgiving, and it isn't going to be easy for them.
By the way, first missed extra point of the day. Thank you, Denver Broncos. Finally! Keep it right here. Much more coming up on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports! Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
O'Reilly! It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Communities need support now more than ever as they work hard to recover from the impact of the pandemic. That's why Lowe's is supporting the completion of the first 100 community-nominated projects as part of its Lowe's Hometowns program. This $100 million commitment, the company's largest ever commitment of its kind, is part of Lowe's goal to make a positive impact on the millions of Americans in the communities it serves. Communities can find details of every Lowe's Hometowns project and their progress on Lowe's.com/hometowns and at #Lowe's Hometowns on social media.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive the Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And the Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society. giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
Nothing hurts my mom, but she showed anyway. She'd always say, you do what you need to do to take care of yourself. But she thought that meant she had to do it on her own. We were trained to help others, but there's strength in finding help for yourself too. We're in this together.
The VA Women Veterans Call Center connects veterans with personalized information on VA services that can make a difference. Call 1-855-VA-WOMEN or visit www.womenshealth.va.gov.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
In San Francisco, Patrick Mahomes just connected with McCall Hardman on an 8-yard touchdown pass, cutting the 49ers lead to 10-7 late in the first quarter. Geno Smith, a touchdown pass for Seattle. They have an early 7-0 lead over the Chargers in the first. Houston, a 7-3 lead over the Raiders in the second quarter. A 62-yard touchdown run from Breece Hall has the Jets out to a 7-6 lead over Denver as they head into the second. Earlier, you had the Cowboys beating Detroit 24-6. Ezekiel Elliott, 2 touchdowns there. Carolina with the upset victory over Tampa Bay 21-6. The Giants improved to 6-1 with a victory over Jacksonville. Commanders an upset win over the Packers 23-21. Game 5 of the NLCS on Fox. Josh Bell just hit an RBI double. Padres and Phillies now tied at 2 apiece in the top of the 7th. Later today, around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, will be Game 4 of the ALCS. Houston looking to sweep the New York Yankees. I'm Kevin Figures.
Way to hit! Your Fox Sports Red Zone Radio rolls on.
Lock it. Choker from outside.
Recapping the early games and bringing you the hits and plays that are going down now.
Down the sideline, touchdown, 83 yards.
This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
Hey, lock it back.
Now, live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Dan Beyer and 6-year NFL veteran George Reister.
What an amazing slate of games we've got in this late window. 4 contests, all with a lot on the line, even though it's just week 7. Welcome in as we are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. George, I know so much of the attention is on Chiefs-Niners because it is the premier game of Week 7. And then you throw the Christian McCaffrey trade on top of that. Gives us a lot of reason to watch what's happening in the Bay Area. But you have the Seahawks jumping out early, big on the Chargers, up 14-0, as you heard Kevin Figures say. No Russell Wilson in Denver today. And Houston right now has got a lead on the Raiders in Las Vegas. So these 4 games, I think, are going to provide us with some pretty good fireworks over the next 3 hours.
If we didn't get enough already. Oh,
my
man.
goodness.
Bro, I am waiting, bro. I am waiting. There are 2 teams in particular that I want to light in on. And there are, and I would imagine that you know who one of them is. And then also there's a team that lost today that I think deserves a lot of praise. I think deserves a lot of praise.
Now, the teams that I'll just try to put myself in the hot seat are the teams that you want to light up. Do they both happen to have Bay in their names?
No. Only one of them has Bay in there.
Only one of them does. Okay, yes. All right. Because I think that there actually could be an argument for maybe both of them to have it. But one has Bay, B-A-Y, yes. Not B-A-E. I'm not that hip.
Yeah, one of them I just didn't. One of them I had a lot less expectations for than everybody else did.
Okay. Is it Tampa Bay, the team?
That I had less expectations for, the one that I want to light up?
The one that you want to light up?
Nope. Absolutely
It's
not.
Green Bay. It's Green Bay. All right, let's start with the Packers, who lost to the Commanders today, 23-21. Even a crazy lateral play at the end of the game couldn't save Green Bay. They made it down the field. There was going to be a forward pass and a flag on the play. But anyway, Taylor Heineke and the Commanders go and top Green Bay 23-21. Why are the Packers in your crosshairs right now, George?
They're 3-4. They lost to the Commanders with Taylor Heineke. Dude. Okay, so Matt LaFleur is supposed to be this offensive genius, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, what do Matt LaFleur, Nathaniel Hackett, and the Bears offensive coordinator
Luke Getsy.
Luke Getsy all have in common?
Well, they were all together last year.
Mm-hmm.
And
they were all in Green Bay.
Yes, they were all in Green Bay. And I would say that they're all, well, LaFleur's still in Green Bay, but they're all in different spots except Matt LaFleur. They're not together.
And what do they all have in common this season?
Their offenses maybe have not lived up to their expectations.
I would. That is a very nice way to say it.
Okay.
They suck. All their offenses stink.
All right.
They stink. So maybe for, if you think about all those things that they have in common, maybe it's not the players. Maybe it's not the players, because the players always get all the blame. They're like, oh, these players, they stink. Oh, well, maybe it's the coaching and the play calling that stinks in Chicago and in Denver. Maybe that's the answer. Like, yes, the players have some blame on some level, and that's fair. But the idea that these dudes get off scot-free is insane to me. I mean,
so this isn't an Aaron Rodgers problem, is what you're saying.
Oh, no. I think in Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers, that he deserves some credit for this. And I mean, and when I say credit, I mean credit in a bad way.
Okay.
That he deserves some credit, because first thing is, if he wasn't so freaking wishy-washy, Davante Adams would probably still be there, because part of the reason why he wanted to leave is because he wasn't sure about Aaron Rodgers' future. So that's part of it. And the second thing is, I don't think Aaron's being the best teammate right now. He's in the media talking to his teammates through the media, instead of just lining up and being there with them. Because if you notice, a lot of his comments are directed kind of at his teammates. He's kind of like, oh yeah, those guys, they got to do better. We got to figure it out. They got to make some plays. Bro, you are the ultimate leader. You are the leader of the team. You have to get everybody on the same page. So if they're not doing their job, that's your fault, bro. That is your fault. You are too deep into this game to be just putting it on other people.
The going all the way back, and this isn't a Jordan Love thing, but to your point of comments and stuff and of being wishy-washy, like that's part of the reason why they drafted Jordan Love as well, because you just didn't know about Rodgers. You didn't know what he was all about. And then when they draft him, it's even more wishy-washy on what you're going to do, and you're in this window. The toughest part for Green Bay, I think, like when it comes to Rodgers, is he wasn't good today behind an offensive line that still is missing pieces and has a difficult time coming together. And now you've got Aaron Jones as your best wide receiver on your team. Like that, Allen Lazard got knocked out today, and Aaron Jones ends up being like your threat. And there are the phrase, mountain out of a molehill. Well, there are about 4 or 5 molehills that have been built up. and that's now all of a sudden why I think you have Green Bay where they are. Is Rodgers getting older? Yeah. Has his wishy-washy comments in the past been something that has made Green Bay react a certain way, or maybe made, Davante Adams make a decision? Yeah, they all may seem minor at the time, but then they end up adding up to a certain point. And then Green Bay's got their decisions on how are they going to operate, how are they going to run a franchise if Aaron Rodgers decides to move on. Well, you draft a quarterback, or you say, hey, let's win with defense and running the football. Well, you can't run the football because your offensive line isn't intact. The defensive plan has not been good. Yeah, there's just a lot of little things that I think that with the Packers have started to add up, and now they're big things, and that's how you end up losing to the Washington Commanders.
Oh, they are it. If you know how Aaron Rodgers in previous seasons was like RELAX, there's nothing to relax about at this point. There's nothing to relax about. They are 3 games back. Well, actually, really 3.5 games back Technically, if we're getting super technical, they're actually 3 games back because the Vikings have played 1 less game. So, and then they have the advantage of a head-to-head win right now too. So the Vikings are sitting at 5-1. They are sitting at 3-4. And the most concerning thing about this Packers team, Dan, is that they lost to the Giants, and granted, the Giants are the worst 6-1 team I think I've ever seen. But they've lost to the Giants, the Jets, who don't even have a functional quarterback situation yet, and the Commanders, who don't have a functional quarterback situation yet. Those are problems. It'd be different if they lost to the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Chargers or something. Or the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys, then you'd be like, all right, cool. But how are they supposed to do against those teams?
Yeah, and they got the Bills next week.
Yeah,
so like that's
a guaranteed loss, bro.
This is
and the Bills are coming off a bye. Ain't no way,
The Taylor Heineke thing with the Commanders as well. It's funny because he seems to provide this boost to that team, but that still shouldn't be enough for Green Bay to lose. Like they weren't an enormous favorite. I think around 4.5, 5 points, but you have a change at quarterback. Washington has got their own off-field stuff to deal with. I know that a lot of Packer fans travel, and so you're not going to have a full home field advantage for Washington. It's another benefit with that road game. Yeah, there's a lot there for that doesn't allow Green Bay to have an excuse. I just don't know what you do except play better. I know, starting the game, they were 0 for 5 on third down. Couldn't complete any third downs. They ended up getting back into the game, and scoring late, but then couldn't get a stop on defense to really give them a legitimate chance to go and kick a game-winning field goal. But you shouldn't be in that position in the first place if you're playing Washington.
You know what the most important thing is that Taylor Heineke does? The most important thing that he does when he's on the field?
I'm going to say doesn't make negative plays.
Well, but most importantly, he throws the ball to Terry McLaurin.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right.
That is the most important thing that you can do if you are a quarterback to help yourself. Throw the ball to Terry McLaurin. Like, if you're not throwing the ball to your captain and your best wide receiver on the team, I mean, consider this. He had the most targets today than since, September 25th, when he got 9 targets. That's the last time that he's even had more than 6.
Do you remember?
Exactly. So it's been a month
of September.
Exactly. Do you remember 17? Do you remember the guy that for the last couple of seasons has caught for over 1,000 yards and had over 100 targets in each of those seasons? And caught for 919 as a rookie.
No, George, they used him on that last drive. The specific play designs to get him the football. To move the clock.
Because he's going to win.
Yes,
and that is no criticism to any of the other young guys or to like Curtis Samuel or any of the other guys, the rookie, that no criticism to them because they're young. But Terry McLaurin, I mean, that's like not going to Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill when it matters the most. And I know he's not quite on that level, but him, Keenan Allen. I mean, that's like Herbert not going to Keenan Allen. I know Keenan's been hurt for the last few weeks, but you guys get the point is that you're supposed to, that when a quarterback, when he gets in a jam, oh yes. And he's like, I need somebody to win. And this is a quick play. I'm going to my money.
There's a reason that I actually am more optimistic though about Green Bay compared to Tampa Bay. And I know Tampa wasn't the other team in your crosshairs they're in mine now for what we saw today against the Panthers. So we'll get into all of that. The Seahawks got a strip sack of Justin Herbert, turned it into 3 points. It's now 17-0 Seahawks on top of the Chargers at the end of the first quarter. Houston's extended their lead on the Raiders on the other side of the 2-minute warning. It's 10-3 Texans on top of Vegas. Jets with a 7-6 lead on Denver midway through the second quarter. And then the game of the day, the Niners lead the Chiefs 13-7. 11:13 to go until halftime. Charlotte's Web is the world's most trusted hemp extract, founded to serve wellness seekers looking for safe, clean, and natural options. It's the #1 CBD brand on the market. Go to charlottesweb.com and use promo code SPORTS15 for 15% off your order. That's charlottesweb.com, not available in Idaho or South Dakota. If you want to hit George up on Twitter, feel free to do so at George Reister. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox. We'll also reveal the other team that George has got a bone to pick with today and the team that maybe should be okay with their loss. That and so much more. And in this late window, could there be a quarterbacking issue for a team that doesn't reside in Denver? We'll talk about that and so much more. It's Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. More of that next year on FSR.
Twitter at Fox Sports Radio. Yes! When it goes down on the field, let's go! College or pros, and you want to react, fire off that tweet. Just at us. Twitter at Fox Sports Radio. We're your social media home when it comes to football. Twitter at Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires? Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of Kumho tires. Test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've looked into CBD products before, you know there are a ton of options out there. But not all CBD products are the same. Charlotte's Web is the world's most trusted hemp extract and the #1 CBD product line on the market. As the pioneer of the CBD industry, Charlotte's Web wasn't founded as a company, but as a mission to serve wellness seekers looking for safe, clean, and natural options to help them feel their best. Their proprietary patented hemp genetics makes Charlotte's Web products unlike any other. And as a certified B Corp, it means that Charlotte's Web uses business as a certified force for good. They're committed to transparency and accountability that protects the interests of the environment, their customers, and communities. Go to charlottesweb.com to learn more and get started with the CBD brand that kicked off the entire CBD movement. Use promo code SPORTS15 for 15% off your order. That's charlottesweb.com. Promo code SPORTS15 for 15% off. Not available in Idaho and South Dakota.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about a Govix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into video only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
This is how we roll.
This is how we roll.
You guys ready to talk some ball today?
We roll in the mornings.
Thank God they're doing what they're doing. That's what gets you up every morning.
Well, singing down everything on the radio.
We roll in the afternoons.
I am at your service. That's natural.
We roll into late nights.
We're like a wolf howling at the moon.
You know how we roll. We roll like this. On Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on the Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. This is Fox Red Zone Radio, and we've got the plays that you may have missed.
Out of the shotgun, Gino, 4-man rush, has time, going to lay it up over the top. That's Goodwin in the back of the end zone. He has got it. Touchdown, Seahawks. A beautiful route run by Marquise Goodwin. 1st and 10. Walker gets the handoff, starts left, goes up the middle, 5. Down to the goal line. Is he in? He is. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
He's the NFL vet, George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. It is Week 7 in the NFL, and it is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. The highlights you heard courtesy of the Seahawks Radio Network. Seattle up on the Chargers It was 17-0, but Austin Eckler's gotten into the end zone for the Bolts, so it's 17-7 early in the second quarter. Brandon McManus has just kicked a field goal for Denver. They're up on the Jets 9-7, 3:37 to go until halftime. They are at the half in Vegas, where the Texans and Raiders are tied at 10. And it appears Kansas City has just gotten into the end zone. Mecole Hardman, a score for Kansas City. I believe it's his second of the day. Kansas City, with the extra point coming up, has an opportunity to take a 14-13 lead. And the extra point, George Reister ends up being good. So this time on a rush from Hardman, caught a touchdown pass earlier from Patrick Mahomes. Maybe the name that people want to know about is what Christian McCaffrey's doing. We're going to have Bo Benson in for in a second with our fantasy hits and misses. Christian McCaffrey so far in his Niners debut, 3 carries, 31 yards, 1 reception for 13 yards. George, I kind of felt that I was one of the only ones who was like, I don't know how this McCaffrey thing's going to work in San Francisco. It seemed to be.
Why?
Well, the only reason, well, actually, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, I just think the last thing that the 49ers need is another injury-prone running back. And lately, Christian McCaffrey has been injury-prone.
Lately is the key word.
Yes. But the older you get, it's usually not the better it gets. I also just wondered to myself, all right, is the running back position exactly what they need? Do they need to add another? You have Elijah Mitchell coming back, and I know Elijah Mitchell isn't a receiving threat. Maybe more of McCaffrey's receiving abilities are what San Francisco needs. But then how is that going to affect Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle? But half in, it seems like Christian McCaffrey has done all right. I just was not as keen on the move as a lot of people were. Even when it comes to fantasy football, when we were talking about it, I wondered on how it would translate. But so far, so good, at least for the new Niner.
Well, I was fine with it from the beginning. I hated it for my fantasy team because I had Jeff Wilson. But as far as actual football, I had no problem with it, not even a little bit. I actually thought it could be a good move, and specifically because of the way the 49ers team is set up. They are a team that has a good defense. They have wide receivers. Like they're not in need anywhere. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And they saw a position that they could significantly upgrade. They're in good contract situations with their players, everything. And bringing him on, I thought was a clear sign. Hold up. That they realized that Jimmy Garoppolo, number one, they will not be signing him no matter what happens to a long-term deal. Because he's not that guy. And they know that they are going to have a ton of, opportunity for Trey Lance for next season. And they want to have weapons. And so this team is built very well, as opposed to the other team. You know who the other team was that was trying to bid for McCaffrey, right?
Well, the Rams.
Yeah. And that was pure idiocy to me. Why the hell would the Rams be trying to get Christian McCaffrey? Now, first thing is that the Rams are kind of like the 49ers in that they're only going to give their running back so many carries anyway. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Cause they switch them out. But maybe with the 49ers that, Christian McCaffrey is going to get the lion's share of the touches. But for the Rams, what do the Rams need?
They need offensive linemen. That's number one.
And what's number two that they need? Offensive linemen. Offensive linemen. Okay. That's priority number one and number two for this team. Like they need that more than they need anything else. And so to add a running back, what kind of sense does that make? He can't help you.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I thought it was. I don't know, in the opportunity to sell it of hey, we didn't want him in LA, with the Rams, the team we're competing for, within the division. And yeah, there may be some truth to that, but I don't think that, to your point of the effect that McCaffrey would have with the Rams, that would not be the thing to put them over the top or to put them back on track this season. They need a lot. They would need, as you said, offensive line and offensive line. And then you're putting Christian McCaffrey, to be more susceptible to injury if he's playing behind that offensive line. So Yeah, I understand the sell, and I think it sounds good on paper, but I don't think it would have killed the Niners by any means if he would have ended up with the Rams. No chance. The Seahawks have just turned it over. Chargers now will have the ball in Seahawks territory. A fumbled pitch from Geno Smith to D. Eskridge, and now the Chargers are in business down 10 to the Seahawks. Sorry, go ahead, George.
No, I was just saying that Christian McCaffrey's value would not be maximized there, and we talked about last season with this Rams team, and it's actually happening a lot quicker than I actually thought that it was going to happen. Like that the chickens are coming home to roost. That whole F them pick strategy, it leaves you in a position where it's like F your team at some point in time because like all they're doing it like it's like they're playing Madden. They're like, let's get all the stars.
It's not sustainable.
Exactly.
It's
you
not
forget about the most important things.
Yeah, and it's not sustainable for the simple fact of at some point you have to have some sort of depth, or you can't just be so bare in a certain area or at a position that you can't get anything done. And that's what it feels like right now with the offensive line when it comes to the Rams. Like you can, trade your picks and figure out a way around it, but you have to at least have some depth, and they just seem to be so top heavy. And at some point there were going to be moves that didn't work out for them. Like you can't just hit a jackpot on every single one of them. And I think that's also one of the things that's happening with the Rams. They hit jackpots with late round picks in their secondary as well, and guys who ended up becoming starters. But yeah, it's just not sustainable. You continue to need to build that foundation. We'll get you a score check in a bit, but right now, let's take a look at the world of fantasy football. Our executive producer, Bo Benson, in with our fantasy hits.
Say go, go, go! Fantasy hits and misses.
All right, Bo's got our hits live from the TireRack.com studios. Who hit in Week 7, Bo Benson?
All right, starting off the quarterbacks, of course, Joe Burrow's going to be on here. I think he had like 3,000 yards passing in the first half of the game. He finished with 481 yards and 3 touchdowns on the day. Daniel Jones, 202 yards passing, 1 touchdown, added 107 yards rushing with another touchdown on the ground for the surprisingly 6-1 Giants. Headed over to the running backs. Aaron Jones, the Packers running back, didn't really do much on the ground, but he did have 9 receptions for 53 yards and 2 touchdowns. Gus Edwards of the Ravens, he had 66 yards rushing with 2 touchdowns as well. And then, of course, if Joe Burrow's on this list, then Jamar Chase and Tyler Boyd are going to be on here too. 130 yards, 2 touchdowns on 8 receptions for Chase. 155 yards, 1 touchdown, and 8 receptions for Boyd today.
No T. Higgins, though.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Can I do a quick tease for the misses?
Yes.
Yes. For the fantasy misses, there's going to be a guy on here you're going to be absolutely shocked to see on that list, and I hope you guys can figure out who it is. But
oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. You can find Bo on Twitter at Bo T. Benson. Our fantasy misses coming up next hour here on Fox Sports Radio. I had the opportunity at it.
Oh, I know exactly who it is.
I'm curious. Bo has intrigued me with that tease. It always makes me want to do fantasy misses.
Oh, there are multiple players who have an opportunity to be on that list. Multiple, and I mean big fantasy names.
My fantasy team is very mid today, George. Very mid.
Both of these dudes were less than mid.
Okay. All right. I'll let you reveal who you think, but Bo's fantasy misses coming up at the top of the coming up next hour. It is Fox Sports Radio, Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. The Breeders' Cup World Championships are coming to iconic Keeneland November 4th and 5th. Don't miss the world's best thoroughbreds race for their share of $31 million in purses and awards. Visit breederscup.com to watch all the action live on November 4th and 5th. Mike Williams has just gotten into the end zone for the Chargers. It's one of our 4 late games. Let's head over to the news desk. Kevin Figures can keep us up to date of what is happening in those games as the Bolts are pulling closer to the Seahawks. What's going on, K-Fig?
All right, Danny, you're right. Seattle got out to a 17-0 lead over the Chargers, but now pending the extra point, it could be 17-14. The extra point is up, and it is good, so it will be a 17-14 lead for Seattle over the Chargers midway through the second quarter. Some big injury news out of this game. Seattle star receiver DK Metcalf was carted off of the field with a knee injury early in the second quarter. He has been ruled out. You also have in San Francisco, the Chiefs, a 25-yard touchdown run from McCole Hardman that accentuates an earlier touchdown pass he had from Patrick Mahomes. 14-3 is the lead for the Chiefs with about 2.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Just getting ready to start the second half. The Raiders and Texans are tied at 10 apiece. Derek Carr finding Mac Hollins for a touchdown reception towards the end of the first half. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the second quarter in Denver. The Broncos with a 9-7 lead over the Jets. You guys mentioned earlier the Giants now 6-1, a 23-17 victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Panthers a surprising 21-3 upset over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Another upset for the Packers. They lose in Washington to the Commanders 23-21. 2 touchdown passes there for Taylor Heineke. Titans with a 19-10 victory over the Colts. And you got the Bengals getting 481 yards passing and 3 touchdowns through the air and 1 on the ground from Joe Burrow. A 35-17 victory over the Falcons. Game 5 of the NODS on FS1. The Padres with a 3-2 lead over the Phillies. They have 2 men on and 2 out in the top of the 8th. San Diego looking to stave off elimination. Phillies looking to advance to the World Series for the first time since 2009. Back to Dan and George.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And it is a soggy evening in Philadelphia. Rain has been going down, and it allows me to tell the story. If you remember, George, the 2008 World Series was the Rays against the Phillies. And Game 5 actually had to be called in the 6th inning. Ended up being the clinching game for the Phillies. But the rain got so bad that they called the game, and they couldn't play it the next day. They had to wait. I believe it was then on a Wednesday they ended up playing the game. But it was so bad that they called the game in the middle of the 6th inning. So when they resumed Game 5, it was actually in the bottom of the 6th inning 2 nights later, and then the Phillies ended up winning the World Series at that time. But it was crazy. I covered that World Series. That's why I remember. And I had to be kicked out of my hotel, kind of like the Guardians were in New York when they had their rain delay with the Yankees. I had to be moved to another hotel because the series ended up being extended longer in Philadelphia. But a soggy one. So when I see rain at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, it just gives me flashbacks back to the 2008 World Series.
Okay. See, now that it's funny because those are the type of details that only a person who was either covering it or follows the Phillies would have remembered on that level.
It's such a nondescript World Series. You know, it's like the one where like you can remember, I remember this in 2017, Astros and Dodgers and blah, blah, blah. You can remember the years, but then you're like, who was in it in 2008? And then you go back, yeah, that's right. That's when the Phillies beat the Rays. They had completely nondescript. You're totally right. So I know that.
Right. Was Ryan Howard on that team?
Yes. And David Price was, I believe, a rookie on the Rays that year. Evan Longoria was young too. I think it was
they had a good team then.
Yeah.
The Rays always have a good team. They are a farm system for everybody else. But the crazy part is that they stay good though.
Yes, I was going to say they are, but they aren't, because there are guys that now that that do stick around, and heck, 2 years ago made the World Series. So
yeah, and think about it. They made the World Series, and then they immediately trade their best pitcher, Blake Snell, and then make it back to the playoffs. So you're like, what? They were back in the CS and in the NLCS, and you're like, I'm sorry, in the ALCS, and you're just like, wait, what? How does that make any sense?
It makes like inept franchises look really, really bad when you could see how a team like the Rays can reload and do what they do. It makes those that have not been competitive for a while just look really, really bad. The really, really bad Broncos Jets has not been good. It's 9-7. Jets getting their lone score.
What did you expect?
Well, you're right. No, the over-under, I think, was 12 on this one. No, it was like mid to high 30s. I think it maybe got down to about 38, but the Jets are knocking on the door. It could be in field goal range. A holding penalty is going to push them back a little bit. But as we sit here and we look at that Jets-Denver game, the reason I'm bringing it up is this is not a Russell Wilson conversation. We'll probably have that later on in the show. I just wonder with the Jets, George, of when we're going to start to hear, all right, is Zach Wilson the guy? Like the Jets and Giants are great stories this year, and you said that the Giants, are the worst 6-1 team you've ever seen. But you've got two football teams that are garnering attention in the Big Apple. And the Jets, to me, seem to have some of that star power, maybe some of that pizzazz with Breece Hall, with Sauce Gardner. Not to say that Saquon Barkley doesn't have that, but he's been there in a while. There's this breath of fresh air with the Jets. And if we think that they're going to be as good as they can be, at what point do we start to say, okay, Zach Wilson, this is on you? And I just wonder now, are we at that point? Will we be at that point later on in the season when we expect them to be in the playoff hunt in the AFC? But
dude, Zach Wilson is not that. Like they have been winning in spite of Zach Wilson. Like he threw for 100 yards last week. But Dan. Mm-hmm. There is some breaking news, though.
Ooh, all right. Let's go to the news desk with Kevin Figures.
Breaking news from Fox Sports.
Yeah, guys, on that last possession, they took Breece Hall into the injury tent to look him over, and he has now officially been ruled out with a knee injury. So a big loss there for the Jets offense. I mean, he essentially is the Jets offense at this point.
Yes, he is. Wow. So we've got Breece Hall out. DK Metcalf out for the day. Amon-Ra St. Brown left early for the Lions today. Big-time fantasy producers that were in games where you thought, maybe not Breece Hall in this Denver game, but still he had the big play early.
So after the big play, you were like, oh, yeah.
Yes.
Here comes the day. And then you're like, no.
You're thinking, oh, what could have been. But you hope it's not serious. And the DK Metcalf injury, he was hurt on a pass into the end zone that didn't appear. I didn't see George.
Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, I thought he was fine, except for he didn't get up immediately. And I was like, is he okay? Mm-hmm. And then I was like, okay, maybe he's not.
And then he was carted off on a cart, and then everybody just thought he had to go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. And then the Seahawks ended up, just ruling him out immediately after that. So Seattle's going to have to play without their top wide receiver the rest of the way against the Chargers. Welcome to the Fox Sports Radio Tailgate, presented by the Big Green Egg. Nothing beats the flavor of live fire cooking on a Big Green Egg. It's the most versatile grill you'll ever own, backed by a lifetime warranty. Roll with the best. Shop online for free delivery at BigGreenEgg.com. Lifetime warranty, free home delivery, BigGreenEgg.com. He's George Reister. Get him on Twitter at George Reister. You can find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox. But you think the time is here where maybe Zach Wilson needs to start? Like, would you? And this is crazy talk if you start at the beginning of the season. But if they kind of sputter, do you end up saying like, okay, maybe Joe Flacco, here's the opportunity again?
No.
Okay.
And the reason why is because I'm a sensible person. And like is Joe Flacco at this point in time a better quarterback than Zach Wilson? 100%. Is their team better with going with Zach Wilson? I'm sorry, with Joe Flacco. 100%. But because of the way the team has handled this, they have absolutely just kicked themselves in the teeth. And it started last season. They did something that should have been that was criminally negligent to quarterback building. And that is they let Zach Wilson start the season with the Jets and didn't have one single other quarterback on the roster that had thrown a pass in the NFL. Not one. So how on earth are you supposed to develop a young quarterback and he's supposed to be your guy, even if you start him? Why on earth would you not have anybody in the building that can show him how to watch film? Tell him like, hey, bro, you need to be here at 5 o'clock in the morning. Here's what you need to be doing, blah, blah, blah. Nobody to help him. There were Jacoby Brissett's available. There are other quarterbacks. There are plenty of quarterbacks that are like that are available. They could have called Kellen Clemens if they wanted to. They could have, there are Zach Mettenberger. They could have called anybody who is not a real threat Joe
Sure.
Flacco, who they brought in later, who's not a real threat to like fully take the job because he's too old, but he's good enough to where and you could have started off the season with him. This whole idea that, oh man, we got to start the season with our quarterback. What's his name? Justin Herbert wasn't even going to start as a rookie. He was going to play eventually, but he wasn't going to start until Tyrod Taylor got his lung stabbed. So it's like they have done him so wrong. And then this year he was hurt to start the season. And so, of course, he didn't get a preseason. Of course, he starting slow. So now you can't take him back out and be like, oh, we're not sure about you. Now you got to just let him go through his lumps because you screwed up the whole thing in the first place.
He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. Jets did kick a field goal, but still doesn't make up for what they did to Zach Wilson last year. It's 10-9 Jets on top of the Broncos at the half. Get George again on Twitter at George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. Find me on Twitter at Dan Beyer on Fox as we are live from the TireRack.com studios. Jimmy G is at it again. We'll explain next here on Fox Sports Radio.
The NFL is moving fast. We've just started.
The NFL starts off with a bang.
And the storylines are already set.
Cranking up the drama.
It's like a James Bond movie.
For the NFL news you count on.
We can't get enough of that stuff.
Listen here on Fox Sports Radio.
From the very beginning, and every workday since, at every shift and every individual effort, we carry a common purpose, a common cause. It's a duty we proudly honor, knowing behind every product we build is your faith in us. Dedicated to the craft of gun making. Dedicated to your freedom, equality, security, and the promise of this great country. Smith & Wesson, empowering Americans. Learn more at smith-wesson.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit beefy, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life, call 800-444-9336.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed,
680 to 90, 10-4.
could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Our weekends are always on fire with the biggest names.
I 100% agree with that.
From the games going down,
Late flag,
to the breaking news you'll talk about next to the water cooler.
Oh my God.
Because who the has a water cooler anymore, let alone human interaction with other coworkers?
I said it. Go ahead. Put it in the newspapers over there.
It's the weekends.
Oh, yes.
And we have you covered on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. This is Fox Red Zone Radio, and we've got the plays that you may have missed.
Now a quick handoff goes to the right side on a jet sweep. McCole Hardman 15 inside the 10, breaks a tackle, stays in bounds, and hops into the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City.
Now, back live to the studios of Fox Sports Radio. This is Fox Red Zone Radio.
He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. It is Red Zone Radio, a Week 7. You heard the highlight courtesy of 106.5 The Wolf and the Chiefs Radio Network. Put Kansas City up. Well, pulled them even. Then Harrison Butker's extra point was good. So it was 14-13. And now the Chiefs are driving in the red zone. Jimmy Garoppolo threw an interception at the goal line. George, they were knocking on the door, looking to retake the lead. It's that one Jimmy G throw a game that has you scratching your head. This one came to bite the 49ers, and now the Chiefs are driving down at the 49er 38-yard line. Or excuse me, the 10-yard line with 38 seconds left to go. So in the red zone is Kansas City looking to add to their 1-point lead. Just a bad throw by Jimmy G.
This is Jimmy G. So Trey Lance got hurt in the second game, right? So this is his fifth game starting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fourth. According to
would it be third, fourth? No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Fifth. Yep.
So according to Pro Football Focus, actually, first thing is, in 5 games, how many throwaways do you think that a quarterback should have? Like what's a normal amount of like balls that are intentionally like thrown out of bounds, like that I'm gonna escape the pocket. Escape the pocket. I'm just gonna throw it away.
I'm gonna just say I don't know, 2 or 3, like with
a game, right?
Yeah.
So Jimmy Garoppolo, according to Pro Football Focus, has thrown 1 ball away this year. Okay. 1. How do you do that?
There's some guys that don't want to throw it away. That they'll eat it or they'll they'll run. I don't know. It's tough to explain.
That's why I say he's a 10-pin quarterback. It's like boxing. You got to knock down all the obstacles in front of him, all of them. You got to knock down you got to have a great defense. You got to have a great running game. Like, you literally have to treat him like he's a rookie quarterback.
Sure.
And you're still going to get these bizarre throws every single game that you're like, what are you looking at?
Yes.
Just eat the sack or throw it away, my friend.
He is defined by those one or two decisions. He can make 30 great ones, but the one in the game is always going to stand out. Happened in Super Bowl 54 in their game against the Chiefs. By the way, the Chiefs appeared to get in the end zone, but a penalty is going to bring them back. So Kansas City settling for a field goal. Bryce Harper hit a 2-run home run for the Phillies in the bottom of the 8th inning. So they're up on the Padres in their game 5 of the NLCS, 4-3 as they now head to the 9th inning. Seahawks driving and looking to score up on the Chargers by 3, and Josh Jacobs into the end zone. Raiders lead the Texans 17-13 midway through the third quarter. Also at the half, Jets lead the Broncos by a score of 10-9. All right, we dissected Green Bay's problem. What's up with Tampa Bay? That's next here on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall, well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Is your small business ready for holiday mailing and shipping? Get ahead of the chaos with Stamps.com, the 24/7 post office you can access anywhere. You'll get major discounts on USPS and UPS rates, and it's easy to compare carriers and rates for the best deals. Sign up at Stamps.com with promo code FSR for a 4-week trial, plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code FSR.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar. Now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
Skip and Shannon, weekdays at 9:30 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
And here's what you need to know.
In the NFL, Marquise Goodwin just caught his second touchdown pass of the day from Geno Smith. The Seahawks extend their lead to 23-14 over the Chargers late in the second quarter. DK Metcalf out for the rest of the game with a leg injury for Seattle. Kansas City a 14-13 lead over the 49ers at the half. McCall Hardman with a touchdown receiving and rushing there for the Chiefs. Davis Mills, a touchdown pass to Phillip Dorsett, just gave Houston a 20-17 lead over the Raiders late in the third quarter. Start of the second half in Denver with the Jets leading the Broncos 10-9. New York running back Breece Hall out for the remainder of the game with a knee injury. He scored the only touchdown for the Jets with a 62-yard run in the first quarter. Game 5 of the National League Championship Series on Fox. Bryce Harper hitting a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 8th inning, giving the Phillies a 4-3 lead. It is now 1 out in the top of the 9th, just 2 outs away from the Phillies' first berth in the World Series since 2010. I'm Kevin Figures.
Way to hit! Your Fox Sports Red Zone Radio rolls on.
Lock it. Choke it from outside.
Recapping the early games and bringing you the hits and plays that are going down now.
Down the sideline, touchdown, 83 yards.
This is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio.
Hey, lock it back.
Now, live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's Dan Beyer and 6-year NFL veteran George Reister.
There is no reason to leave, but still kudos fans to those Philly fans who are dealing with the rain, and they were paid off with that Bryce Harper home run. Don't worry, we're going to focus on football as we are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. That Bryce Harper home run is going to be one to remember. We talked about nondescript memories in Philadelphia. One to remember for those Philly fans that are sticking around, as there's still a mist of rain falling in Philadelphia on Fox Sports 1 in Game 5 of the NLCS. No rain in the NFL games. It's sunny in Denver, sunny in Santa Clara, and the Raiders and Chargers are hosting home games underneath the roof, so it all works out. Although it is a little chilly in Southern California today. A little bit of a chill in the air, George. Did you feel that?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is very, very chilly because, and because I took the kids out on a walk today, and we walked to the park, and they needed some sweaters today.
I am learning as a our little boy's going to be 1.5 tomorrow. So it's going to 18 months tomorrow. But you realize, fall clothes that you had last year no longer fit. So I'm glad we did plan ahead with some of those sweatshirts that were a little bit bigger than the last time we had to deal with the cool stuff in the spring. But that's what we are dealing with. But a little bit of a little brisk in the air, a little wind in Southern California today.
Yeah, and in Southern California, there may have been some bad news. And I think we have some.
Well, I was just going to say, J.C. Jackson, who gave up the touchdown to Marquise Goodwin, had to be carted off. Is that what you're getting at? Yeah. So bad to worse for the Chargers, who now trail the Seahawks by 10.
They're barely making it, bro. If at the end of the season, all that they can be happy about, and mind you, I picked the Chargers to win the Super Bowl, but with all of these injuries, number one, that's a major issue, right? And the second issue is how good of a head coach do you think Brandon Staley is? Because I think he's super smart, but sometimes you're too smart for your own good sometimes.
I think that I thought it was crazy 4 weeks ago to be bringing this up. And I don't think that anytime you lose your left tackle, your, all pro caliber left tackle, there's reason, that you're going to take a step back. But some of the issues that we've seen with the Chargers last year are still there this year.
It's been the game management more than, I mean, like, I don't really have a problem with their plays, you know what I mean? Like, just general things, but it's the management of the whole situation that's sometimes just bizarre.
But also, when you look at, because I don't want to say that Justin Herbert's regressed, because I think that he's in a little tougher spot with some of their injuries that they've had. But this defense was supposed to take the next step. Or take a step because they weren't that good.
Well, they've also had a ton of injuries, too. Bosa's been out for the vast majority of the year, and he's still got another month probably out. You have now J.C. Jackson, who I don't think started the season either. He's back out now.
But he wasn't good when he was on the field. Like, he was benched, the last time out. So there's reason there, like, that hasn't come to fruition. You're right about Bosa, but you also brought in Khalil Mack. But Jacksonville hung 38 on him.
Yeah, and they've been without Keenan Allen for all but the very I think first game or second game of the season. They lost Donald Parham. Like, this is a team that's gotten kicked in the teeth by the injury bug. Like,
But so has the 49ers have been, bitten as well, and they've been able to, I don't know, at least in my mind, play more impressive football.
Yes. If you put Justin Herbert on the 49ers, bro, oh Lord have mercy. How good would that team be?
Oh yeah, they'd be great. Yes, they would.
It would be like, ooh, is it the Eagles or the 49ers that's the best team in the NFL?
Yeah. No, you're right. Absolutely. And it would probably be the 49ers.
Yep.
That's probably what it would be. But got to put Buffalo into the conversation as well.
Well, sorry. I should have said NFC.
NFC. Yeah, I'm good with that. But yeah, I mean, I just think that every team has injuries. I mean, they do. And I think the biggest one for the Chargers is Rashawn Slater.
Yes.
And the Bosa injury is significant as well. But even the Keenan Allen one, like we thought, heck, you just paid $20 million to Mike Williams this offseason. I know he scored today, but there's times when he's been a non-factor, where they're sitting there relying on, DeAndre Carter and Joshua Palmer, who's hurt, and, Gerald Everett. That's, that's.
And honestly, Dan, if you don't lose your quarterback, I'm really not going to cry for you too much. If you lose your quarterback, you have an excuse. You know what I mean? Like if you lose a Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow, some of the upper Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers, then yes, you have an excuse for not making the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you just lose like a lot of players, like, yes, it's tough, but you should still put a respectable product on the field.
It's also why I know that the Buccaneers have had some injuries, but still there are no excuses. They lose to the Panthers today, and it wasn't close. 21-3. This, a Panthers team that last week got a majority of their points defensively on a defensive touchdown. Offensively, they were without Christian McCaffrey, who they traded away this week. There was no reason to expect that Carolina would come into this game and be a much better team than they were a week ago when Steve Wilkes made his debut as interim head coach. And you had every reason to believe, if you were Tampa, coming off of a loss to Pittsburgh, where you had opportunity after opportunity to get stops or to make plays offensively to win that game, and it doesn't happen, you had every reason to believe that Tampa would turn things around. And then they lose 21-3 today to the Panthers. Here was Tom Brady. Here's a first part of Tom Brady in his post-game press conference following that 18-point loss today.
No one feels good about where we're at. No one feels good about how we played or what we're doing. So we're all in it together, man. We got to go pull ourselves out of it.
All right, here's a little more Tom Brady.
You have to work hard. You have to have discipline, commitment, mental and physical toughness. Those are all character traits. And we have a lot of great guys in the locker room. So we're going to go in tomorrow morning. We've got a short week. We've got to work hard to try to fix it.
And again, they do end up playing the Ravens on Thursday night. It is a short week. This team doesn't need a short week, George. They need to be away from. They need to be away from each other. Like there is something that is going on, and I don't blame Brady. We talked about it last week when they lost to the Steelers. I don't blame Brady for all of this. The defense bears some of the responsibility as well, especially for not getting stops last week. And the Panthers' running game took care of the Buccaneers' defense today, but they couldn't do anything offensively. And the Panthers actually have pieces on defense. It's why they're not trading Brian Burns, whether you believe they got an offer for 2 firsts or not. There are pieces there for Carolina to have a decent defensive squad. But to come in and lose 21-3, like this, they need a bye week now. They don't need it after they go to Germany and face the Seahawks. I just think that there's so much going around Tampa, and it's not just Tom Brady, that this team just needs an absolute break.
Oh, yeah. And this has started a long time ago. You know what I mean? This started with, and obviously you never know what's going on in somebody's house or what the reasons are or anything else, right? But the thing I've learned from my own life and everything else is that your family has to get put above everything else if you want to keep that family together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And granted, there are not always things that you can do in the situation and stuff like that, but it just felt to me like Tom Brady had a serious situation on his hands, and at some point in time, you gotta, like, football can't be the most important thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I understand that it's your job and it's important because we all have jobs, but there comes a point in time where, like, you know, you're like, oh man, my family is essentially in the hospital, right? I gotta, and I mean figuratively, like, I gotta go figure out what the heck is this so I can keep my life together. And I mean, even if he doesn't necessarily want the marriage or anything like that, because we don't know. I'm just saying that, like, it just didn't feel to me like Tom Brady could be 100% focused on football at this point in time. He left the team for a minute, and people thought that these sorts of things would have no impact. But I do think that those things, in addition to the hellacious injuries that they've had on the offensive line, have just taken its toll on this football team.
I think they're easy to defend. I think that they're really easy to defend, and maybe that's on Brady. I think, again, last week, just the lack of weapons that they have, the weapons that would actually scare you. Like Mecole Hardman, and by the way, Clyde Edwards-Helaire just got into the end zone for the Chiefs, so they've extended their lead against the Niners. It's 21-13 early in the third quarter. But Kansas City has Mecole Hardman, who there are games, George, where he has one catch for 12 yards and, you know, maybe an end around. But you know what? Like, you still have to worry about him. And today, caught a touchdown pass, had a touchdown run. There are guys that are scary that may not get the play.
He's growing into the role.
Yes, there is no one on Tampa that does that. Their running game is not consistent. There is no receiver it's why they scored 3 points. Carolina's a pretty good defensive team, but there was nothing that they were going to be surprised about. And one of the great things that Brady always did with New England is they were always able to find the weak parts of a defense and get it to that guy, and then that guy wins his matchup. There's no one on Tampa that can win their matchup. Like maybe Mike Evans does on a 12-yard button hook? Like that's what it is. Maybe Chris Godwin a little bit off across the middle, but all of a sudden Godwin catches the football. Is he going to take it to the house? No, he's coming off of an ACL tear. So there's nothing there for Tampa, and all of this other stuff now creeps in. And that's why I think they need the break.
I never thought that this team was going to be a good football team this season. I thought that they would be okay. I never imagined that they would be this bad. But it just didn't strike me as a team that was going to be really good, if that makes sense.
Let's go to the news desk. We've got some more breaking news in the world of sports. Kevin Figures is a busy guy.
Breaking news from Fox Sports.
That's right, Dan. Moving to the diamond on this one, the Philadelphia Phillies bringing in Ranger Suarez, who was the starter for them on Friday, coming in on 1 day's rest to get the final couple of outs. And the Phillies, with a 4-3 victory over the San Diego Padres in Game 5, they will advance to the World Series for the first time since 2009. Are you packing your bags for Philadelphia again there, Dan? What do we got?
No. I will be staying home for this one, although an Astros-Phillies World Series could be quite interesting. If K-Fig, if you had tickets and you're a Yankees fan tonight, would you even go to Game 4?
I saw a post earlier today. I believe it was John Heyman who had it, who said going into last night, if you wanted tickets for today's game, it was about $145 on the secondary market. Right now, $28. $28 to see the Yankees and the Astros in an ALCS game. That's incredible.
George, would you go if you were a Yankees fan tonight?
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, there you go.
This is an opportunity to take my kids to a playoff game? Yes, sign me up, bro. You rarely get these sorts of opportunities that is for that type of price. And the thing is you never know. Like even though the Yankees are not going to win this series, you never know, bro. What if you go to the game and your kid is watching, or you're there, and then you're like, oh my God, Aaron Judge just hit for the cycle. I just saw a no-hitter. I just saw a perfect game in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to see. And I understand where like people are like, I don't want to see him lose. Well, you also might see some greatness in the process.
I have to take I'll have to take my son into account in the future, because there is no way I would go to Game 4. Absolutely none. Sit home and watch the funeral on my TV. That's what I would be doing. He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. Thanks to Kevin Figures. Football fans, be sure to tune in to Fox Sports Radio's Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM on Sunday morning, 3 hours before kickoff. That's right. Tune in on Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time, as we take you live all the way to kickoff on Fox Sports Radio and the iHeartRadio app, presented by BetMGM. Jets still lead Denver 10-9 midway through the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, Josh Jacobs in the end zone for the Raiders again. So it's 24-20 Raiders over the Texans. At the half, Seahawks continue to lead the Chargers 24-14. And we mentioned that touchdown from Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It's the Chiefs 21, Niners 13 early in the third quarter. Tom Brady's got problems. So does Aaron Rodgers. So does another veteran quarterback. We'll talk about that next here on Fox Sports Radio.
Twitter at Fox Sports Radio. Yes! When it goes down on the field, let's go! College or pros, and you want to react, fire off that tweet. Just add us. Twitter at Fox Sports Radio. We're your social media home when it comes to football. Twitter at Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires? Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of hand-cooked tires, test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
From the very beginning, and every workday since, At every shift, in every individual effort, we carry a common purpose, a common cause. It's a duty we proudly honor, knowing behind every product we build is your faith in us. Dedicated to the craft of gun making. Dedicated to your freedom, the quality, security, and the promise of this great country. Smith & Wesson, empowering Americans. Learn more at smith-wesson.com.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact, Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
If you've looked into CBD products before, you know there are a ton of options out there. But not all CBD products are the same. Charlotte's Web is the world's most trusted hemp extract and the #1 CBD product line on the market. As the pioneer of the CBD industry, Charlotte's Web wasn't founded as a company, but as a mission to serve wellness seekers looking for safe, clean, and natural options to help them feel their best. Their proprietary patented hemp genetics makes Charlotte's Web products unlike any other. And as a certified B Corp, it means that Charlotte's Web uses business as a certified force for good. They're committed to transparency and accountability that protects the interests of the environment, their customers, and communities. Go to charlottesweb.com to learn more and get started with the CBD brand that kicked off the entire CBD movement. Use promo code SPORTS15 for 15% off your order. That's charlottesweb.com. Promo code SPORTS15 for 15% off. Not available in Idaho and South Dakota.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
There are two great things in this world that you can combine.
We know this to be true.
Life and sports.
And you know what? It's not a crazy statement. That's why sports were designed. The only thing that makes sense.
And there's no better place to get that sports information you need.
The more information you have, the more opportunity you have for success.
It's right here.
Hello.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Who has it better than we do? Nobody.
We're loving life.
Hallelujah.
And loving sports. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. He's the NFL vet, George Reister. I'm Dan Byers. We are live from the TireRack.com studios. Niners kick a field goal. Robbie Gould from 49 yards out pulls them to within 5 of the Chiefs, 21-16. Just starting the second half in L.A. Seahawks up on the Chargers, 24-14. Raiders have the football now in Houston territory, up 4, 24-20 with 10 minutes left to go. And the Jets are going to get the football back as Denver has to punt following a 4th and 1. Jets lead 10-9, 4:31 left to go in the third quarter. Joining us now, he's our Fox Sports Radio NFL insider that you can hear on the Inside the Birds podcast and also on Sirius XM NFL Radio. Adam Kaplan joins us here on Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Adam. How are you?
Good, man. What a day. I mean, just craziness. I was listening to you guys before the break. The great quarterback struggling like Rodgers and Brady. Unfortunately, a lot of injuries around the National Football, a lot of key young offensive players, and upsets galore. It's your typical NFL Sunday.
Yeah. What is the problem with the Buccaneers? We'll start there because that's what George and I were talking about. I just, Adam, my solution was this team needs to just get away from each other, and it's probably the short week is the worst thing that could happen to them, but that's what they've got. What do you think are the issues in Tampa?
Well, on offense, obviously, is where it's at. Defense, so they have a bunch of injuries in the secondary, but the big deal is the offense. There's nothing they can do about Rob Gronkowski retiring. There's no question it's a major factor. I mean, talking to the Bucs about it, they mentioned to me repeatedly that there was something that they're going to have to work through this season, and it's the problem. They're getting no production out of the tight end position. Cam Brady was just to replace him as a pass catcher. Unfortunately, he's dealing with a neck sprain. They don't know exactly when he'll return. He had a concussion earlier this season. Chris Godwin's finally back from the ACL injury. He also had a hamstring injury. He's sort of just trying to get his timing back. They're not getting the explosive plays that they like out of the run game. It's just their timing is off. Remember, all the offensive line problems they've had. They've had several changes. If you add it all up, I mean, it's not a surprise that they're struggling. Now, I never say never with Brady in terms of turning it around. Everyone who doubted him in New England, is this the end? Is this the end? Everyone was wrong. But this one, see, here's the problem. There's no one's going to sort of ride that white horse and come in and cure everything. They have who they have. They just have to work through it. But, man, it is incredibly painful. And give the Panthers credit. It's totally unfounded that they were tanking. They know they're not going to be a playoff team, so they moved McCaffrey to get his contract off the books. But they have a lot of key players that they're developing. They're certainly not looking to lose every game.
Adam, make the Green Bay Packers situation make sense. They're 3-4, and their losses are all against teams that aren't necessarily that great. Like the Giants are winning, but they're not a great football team. And they lost to the Commanders today. They lost to the Jets, who don't have a quarterback at this point. What's happening?
Several things. We don't have an hour, but let me just boil it down to these 3 key points. Offensively, they have no passing game. It's just no rhythm, very young group. They can't get on track. The run game, which they rely on, that's how their offense starts, has not been what they thought it would be. Clearly not what it was in past years. And defensively, they've got a ton of talent, but I would say they've underachieved. They've not played shutdown defense like they did at times last year. That's really it. I mean, Rodgers is off his game. They can't make the spectacular plays when they need to. And this is another team that, when you really look at it, they've severely underachieved. This has been like the regular season team of the last few years under Matt LaFleur, and they're not even doing it right now. They also, folks, have a losing record. And then the comical thing is, the Buccaneers are technically in first place at 3-4, tied with Atlanta, but they have a tiebreaker over the Falcons.
Adam Kaplan joining us here on Fox Sports Radio, our NFL insider. I'm going to keep with the theme. By the way, the Raiders just drew the Texans offside on 4th and 1. So now a fresh set of downs as the Raiders are in the red zone, up 4 on Houston with just 7 minutes to go in that game. I know I've brought up the Colts a lot, and they're not the national conversation, but Matt Ryan throws a pick 6 today in a game that they lose by 9. That tells me that pick 6 was a pretty big deal, considering on the points he could have had, where it occurred, and then what was brought back. Jonathan Taylor doesn't seem right. I mean, is Frank Reich the next to go? What is happening in Indianapolis?
Fortunately, they've changed their offense. I understand the Titans have struggled in the secondary. They've had a bunch of injuries, but they keep going with this hurry-up offense, and they're not really featuring Jonathan Taylor anymore for whatever reason. Taylor looked fine. He's not the problem. It's just they decide not they're going to feature him. And when the game was like never really out of reach. In fact, they were down 13. They made it 13-7. But Paris Campbell, who's really talented, but he's been hurt pretty much throughout his career. He's on the final year of his rookie contract. He cannot lead them in receiving that. They're definitely, when you look at the Colts, and they're 3-1, they certainly are not out of the hunt, but unfortunately they've now lost both games to the Titans. A very winnable game. Titans had real problems moving the ball in the air, but of course Derrick Henry had a great game. But I think overall, you got to scratch your head. I'm a proponent of throwing the football a lot, but this is not Matt Ryan at 38 years old is not really what you want. And Jonathan Taylor's been their bread and butter. I'm kind of surprised that, quite frankly, that Frank Reich is going with this type of offense.
100% agree with that. Now, I want to go to this Jets and Broncos game, which is 10-9, exactly where I thought it should be. 2 questions. First thing is we were talking earlier about Zach Wilson and whether they should go back to Flacco. And I said no, because of how they screwed up last year with not having a quarterback who had thrown a pass on the roster to teach him anything. So what should the Jets do, and how hot is Nathaniel Hackett's seat?
First of all, the Jets are 4-2. Okay, they've just lost Breece Hall, which might be a serious knee injury. He left early in the game. Looked really good, unfortunately, but now he's hurt. Zach Wilson, let's not forget, he had meniscus surgery before the season started. You need to give him 6 to 8 weeks to get his timing down. That he missed basically like 5 weeks. It's going to take him a while to get comfortable. He's looked terrible the last 2 weeks. He's not comfortable. Corey Davis, one of the starting receivers, also was lost due to a knee injury. Remember that Elijah Moore, he's basically suspended for a game without being suspended. You know, he's a healthy and active because of the way he handled himself with one of the coaches. So they're fighting through this. You can't bet. Look, you have to find out about Zach Wilson. This guy was their first round pick last year, and he's got to play. Simple as that.
Yep.
Adam Kaplan joining us. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, George.
No, I was going to ask you about Nathaniel Hackett's.
Oh, yeah.
How hot is his seat?
Well, I mean, you can't. It happens before that coaches get fired after one season. But now Russell Wilson's got this hamstring injury. They don't know exactly when he'll be able to play. Their offense looks pitiful. I mean, they're hanging in there. I'll say this much: they actually are running the ball fairly well. Remember, they lost Javonte Williams, their outstanding second-year running back, due to the multi ligament injury. So he won't be back till late next summer, early fall. So they've got problems. You could blame the head coach, who's not really done a very good job, but they've got a lot of problems there.
Josh Jacobs into the end zone for the Raiders, 15-yard run, extra points good. So they're up 11 on the Texans right now. Adam Kaplan joining us here live from the TireRack.com studios. So the Christian McCaffrey trade ends up getting done. Who's next in the NFL? Brandon Cook's name's out there. We know that Cam Akers apparently is on the block for the Rams. What names could we be seeing, and maybe some teams connected to players?
Yeah, the problem is the running back position. Cam Akers has been an underachiever. It's certainly been a problem. The players that I have on my list, Cam Akers, Zach Moss, Kareem Hunt, Mike Gesicki, Albert O, who's been replaced by Greg Dulcich, the rookie. Will Jackson, starting corner for the Commanders, doesn't fit for their scheme. They run a heavy zone scheme. He wants to play in man. He's much more comfortable. Nick Foles, Mason Rudolph, who's a third-string quarterback for the Steelers. Who, if you need a backup quarterback, the guy's available, and it is hard to get a backup quarterback. Those are type of names. Michael Brockers was a healthy and active defensive lineman. He's been around for a long time for the Lions, which you always do. These are easy to tell. I could have told you 6 months ago McCaffrey was not going to make it. In fact, I reported that before the draft that the Bills were one of the teams to call, and they were told two things. The Panthers were going to reduce some contracts, extend some contracts. They were going to get heavily involved in free agency. So they were not prepared to trade him. In fact, they thought they'd make the playoffs. So what happened is, as you all know, Baker Mayfield's been terrible. They had no chance of the playoffs because the quarterback position was done. And it was so obvious. Now's the time to move McCaffrey. I mean, he's a running back that has had significant injury problems the past 2 years. Really gifted, obviously. So one of the best running backs in the league, but a guy that this front office inherited. And I just thought this guy was going to be moved. In fact, he restructured his contract back in March to get the veteran minimum, made it very, very tradable. The only problem is they took on a lot of dead money. I'm told they were not going to take that money on in the spring. But the key here is he's going to have to restructure his contract or get a new deal with the Niners. It's highly unlikely you're going to take that $11 million next year. The big reason is, guys, they want to extend Nick Bosa's contract, and they're going to need to create cap space.
Now, as we continue to look at the future for some of these teams and players, the Giants are 6-1, and
hard to believe.
I'm like, this may be the worst 6-1 team I've ever seen. But what's the status with Daniel Jones? Because he is leading this team, and he's on the final year of his deal because they didn't pick up his fifth-year option.
No, the status is what it is. He'll finish the season out. We'll see how far they go with him. There's no decision. They've only played 7 weeks. What you always worry about with these situations is if your quarterback or the agent who represents him, when the general manager comes in, does not extend the contract or declines a fifth-year option, you're always worried about that. Like Sam Darnold, when Joe Douglas came in, I mean, it was obvious that he was not going to keep him. He found someone who would take him. That was the Panthers. So, look, the good thing is, though, they have his rights until mid-March when free agency starts. They'll evaluate how he plays. And by the way, Daniel Jones has not turned the ball over like he has in the past. Ball security's been good. He's not fumbling the football. That has been a big problem for him, and they're running it well. Their offensive line may not be the most talented. That they're playing really well. They're just overachieved. And here's the key for Giant fans. They have one of the best coaching staffs in the National Football League. When you have a great staff, you could be better than you probably should be.
I'm going to wrap up with this. Chiefs in the end zone. Kevin Figures will have the latest. Are you caught up in Phillies fever?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, it's just so funny because, sometimes and this goes for the NFL too, when you fire a manager or fire a head coach in the NFL, you really don't know what's going to happen. And Rob Thompson, who's been, the dugout coach, the bench coach for many years under the Phillies and the Yankees, and this team turned around and they barely got in, obviously, as the last wild card. But as you guys know in sports, you just have to get in, and you never know what's going to happen. Now the Astros we're going to assume the Astros they're going to advance here because they're up 3-0. But the Phillies were kind of worn out. Their pitching staff is worn out. They had to use a starter to close the game, Ranger Suarez. We'll see what happens here, man. The Eagles are undefeated. You mentioned the Phillies here who are shockingly going to the World Series. Now the Sixers have gotten off to a terrible start at 0-3. It's been embarrassing. And then we find out that Joel Embiid's not in good shape once again. But it's Philly sports, and there's always drama.
That is true. Get him on Twitter at Kaplan NFL. Hear him every week right here on Fox Sports Radio. Our NFL insider, Adam Kaplan. Appreciate it, Adam. Talk to you in
okay.
Kate.
Thank you.
He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. The Breeders' Cup World Championships are coming to iconic Keeneland November 4th and 5th. Don't miss the world's best thoroughbreds race for their share of $31 million in purses and awards. Visit breederscup.com to watch all the action live on November 4th and 5th. He's George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. Let's go to the news desk. Kevin Figures getting us caught up of what's happening, including what happened in San Francisco between the Chiefs and Niners. What's going on, Kevin?
That's right, Dan. You mentioned Kansas City back on the board yet again. Patrick Mahomes' second touchdown of the day, this time to Justin Watson. Kansas City now up 28-16 over the 49ers with about 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. About 9 minutes to go in the third quarter in Los Angeles. Seahawks still holding on to that 24-14 lead. DK Metcalf out for the remainder of the game for Seattle with a knee injury. J.C. Jackson of the Chargers was carted off of the field and placed in an air cast, so his day is done as well. Fourth quarter in Las Vegas, about 6 minutes to go. You have the Raiders with a 31-20 lead over the Houston Texans. Josh Jacobs, 3 touchdowns on the day, 143 yards rushing. Start of the fourth quarter in Denver. The Jets with a 10-9 lead over the Broncos. They are in the red zone. This after LaMarcus Joyner picked off Brett Rippon. So it is now 2nd and 2 at the Denver 17 for the Jets as they try to get back into the end zone. Earlier today, you had the Bengals with a 35-17 victory over the Falcons. Joe Burrow, 481 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. Ravens get 2 touchdown runs from Gus Edwards in a 23-20 victory over the Browns. Giants are 6-1 after a 23-17 victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Panthers a 21-3 victory over the Buccaneers. And the Commanders a 23-21 win over the Green Bay Packers, who are now 3-4. And in Major League Baseball, as you guys mentioned a minute ago, the Phillies advancing to the World Series after a 4-3 victory over the Padres in Game 5. Bryce Harper, the go-ahead home run in the bottom of the 8th inning to give the Phillies the victory. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kevin. What a moment. It is Fox Sports Red Zone Radio. Glad to have you with us here on FSR Live from the TireRack.com studios. The Jets do not get it on 3rd and 1, so they're going to face a 4th and short. Again, just up 1 in that game, and the Texans just converted on a 4th and 9 to keep their drive alive. But again, they need 2 scores, down 11 to the Raiders. The 49ers-Chiefs game, we go back and forth on the Chiefs a little bit. We did last year in how good this team really was. To think, and this is where I feel stupid, George, because to think that Kansas City, who had that game last week against Buffalo, and to come back and sit there and think like, man, this team is going to, not that they weren't punked in the loss to the Bills. That wasn't the case. But to sit there and think that this team wouldn't be up and ready for this game against the 49ers, like it's quite a gauntlet if you're facing the Bills and Niners in back-to-back weeks. Like I almost feel stupid that I sit there and thought like, yep, the Chiefs just don't have it. They're not going to be able to do it.
Did you see the game last week? Are you new here?
I know.
Bro, that was a good football game. That was a good football game. And it's not like the Bills were never in control of that football. I mean, like to where when you watch that game, were you ever like, oh man, the Bills are going to win this one? No, it was like, oh, whoever has the ball last is probably going to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We thought maybe it would play out like the playoff game.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah. And that's enough. That was enough for me to be like, oh yeah, the Chiefs are as good as I thought they were. And to me, that's a toss up when they play in the playoffs, because I don't think that there's anybody in the AFC that can hang with either one of them, that when they play in the playoffs, that it's going to be a toss up. You're going to have 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. And you know that you got a 50-50 shot if you're trying to handicap or pick that game.
As George likes to says, it looks like it's a burrito in Las Vegas. The Raiders picking off Davis Mills and running it back for a pick 6. So the Raiders adding to their 11-point lead. Texans were driving after converting that 4th down, but again, they needed 2 scores. And now they're going to need a lot more as the Raiders have extended their lead. Soon to be, it's 37-20.
This game's a burrito, buddy. It is 100% wrapped up.
It is. And Daniel Carlson is good with the extra point to make it 38-20.
Yeah. So now, what are your thoughts on Davis Mills? Because I know what mine are. And because I came in, I had him as my 3rd best quarterback in the draft last year. And I don't think he's had I didn't think he needed to have to play last year, but he did. Mm-hmm. And, you know, went through some growing pains, and I don't think this roster is super good. What do you think?
I think that and not to sit on the fence, but I don't think that you can make the decision in week 7 I think that you need to make that decision throughout the rest of the year. And if something were to happen, George, where he gets injured, I do not think that you can count on him being your future. If you're going to pick where we think the Texans are going to pick and the quarterbacks that are going to be available, I think if Davis Mills doesn't show anything in the last half of the year, I think you have to use that early pick on a quarterback, especially, if it could be number one overall, if you end up in that spot, if you've got that opportunity to do so, I think that you have to do that.
Yeah. And the Raiders should be very thankful they didn't lose this game. Had they lost this game, that would have been, I think that would have been it for Josh McDaniels. Like he might have made it through the season, but barring a long winning streak, it wasn't going to happen.
I don't think he would have lost his job. I don't, because that's not the hire that Mike Mayock made. That Mark Davis made. Like, he fired Mike Mayock and Rich Bisaccia because they wanted a fresh start. And they wanted, organization. And
yeah, but this wasn't a rebuild, though.
Correct. Let's talk about it on the other side, just because we're tight on time. Well, I'll tell you why I don't think that McDaniels would have lost his job. But there is one big thing that they were completely wrong about entering the season that, luckily for McDaniels, is working out. He is George Reister. I'm Dan Beyer. We're live from the TireRack.com studios. That Raiders conversation, and the Niners are on the move, as are the Seahawks. We'll tell you about it next year on Fox Sports Radio.
We've seen a lot in our lifetime. People landing on the moon.
Houston, Apollo 11.
The invention of the internet. But damn it, thank God for the NFL.
This is a big deal. Crank this thing up.
Every week, every game, every snap.
Sound the alarm.
We have your NFL covered on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knoxon from the four corners of the globe. The world's greatest set their sights on one goal. The Breeders' Cup World Championships are coming to iconic Keeneland this November 4th and 5th. Over 2 days and 14 championship races, the pinnacle of international thoroughbred racing will put the most jaw-dropping, heart-pounding spectacle before your very eyes, culminating in the defining event of the horse racing season, the $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Visit breederscup.com/2022 for more information and catch all the action live on November 4th and 5th.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. That looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.